So we're going to go ahead and share live. Coming to you live from the surface of the sun. So for those of you not in the know, 2 days ago, 2.5 days ago actually, I cut off stream early because my throat was bothering. No problem. Wake up the next day and I'm like, okay, I think I'm ready. And about 10 minutes before stream, I could just feel these waves of fatigue slamming into me, right? So I'm like, okay, well, if I have the option between starting late or having to cut off early, I'd rather start late, right? Have one cohesive stream. So I decided, okay, I'm going to go ahead and delay stream a little bit. And I went and laid down. And as I was laying there, I just started feeling worse, 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 and worse, until finally I got up and ran to the bathroom and vomited all over the place. Very fun, as usual. Okay, that's cool. So I'm officially sick. Kind of glad I didn't start stream, no problem. But what then ensued was, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours of having to get up and throw up about once every half hour on average. Which I say in such a cold and clinical way because I don't think I could properly explain how unpleasant this was. It was pretty bad. I'm not even going to tell you all the details because that would be gross. It was fun. It was great. So that was my 2 days ago. That would have been Tuesday, I guess. I think. Yes, that sounds right. Tuesday. So that was my Tuesday. That was fun. That was cool. It started fading a little bit by the time I got to the evening. I was like, okay, no longer falling apart, no longer constantly vomiting, no longer having all the normal issues. So surely I'll be able to get some sleep, right? So yesterday rolls around. I'm like, okay, I'm going to see if I feel up for streaming. Now, I was kind of not up for streaming, but I thought maybe I'll be up for streaming. So I was going to go ahead and give it a shot. On the advice of everybody except for myself, I decided not to go ahead and stream yesterday, and instead try to get a little bit of recovery. So I spent a little bit of time working on the Final Fantasy rewrite because I hate to waste time in general. Got to about, I don't know, noon, and just passed out. Like actually just clunked. I lost time. So wandered over to bed, laid down for another 5 hours. Or no, excuse me, 7 hours. Finally woke up and I'm like, where am I? What day is this? Oh God. What am I doing? No, although there were some related issues, Darkrai. Either way, that was my yesterday. I also had trouble sleeping last night because of the aforementioned 7-hour nap. So that didn't help any. So now I'm here. And I woke up at the usual time. I woke up when I'm supposed to, which is actually a good sign. Because it means that my schedule is starting to get a little bit closer back to where it needs to be. That also means I need to essentially stay up all day until it is evening, so I could get to bed at the correct time, so I could start having a regular sleep schedule again, because I have enough trouble sleeping as is. The last thing I need is for it to be even worse. So here I am, because I'm gonna level with you guys. Losing a full 2 days of streaming is not something I was super enthused about doing anyways. But the other problem I've been running into is the fact that it's really hard to rest when you're kind of sore and in pain and off schedule of your sleep schedule. So everything about you is saying just get up, stretch, and try to do something. But there's not really a lot you can do. So I found myself staring down the barrel of the fact that I was probably just going to start playing Dragon Age Origins, even if I didn't stream it, just to start getting some progress in the review. And at that point, I was like, you know what, I might as well just go live. So I threw on my uniform, and here I am. Thank you, Pika, for the sub. I will put that towards the Pikmin block as a reminder. You can put that towards up to 3 things. And thank you, Goat Manchu. I do hope you have a good night's sleep, and if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Thank you both. So, we were in the Fade last we checked. And Dark Prince Revan was punching me in the face here. With subs, you know, it's a thing. And hello and good morning, everyone. I appreciate the concern, although as I think I've elucidated upon, I'm not doing super great, but, you know, I could be worse. Cannot complain. It's not my right to complain. Because it was a lot worse yesterday. So, let's this off-center a little bit. It should be over here. Yeah, princes like to do that. It's very strange. It's like their shtick, you know? I can also tell I'm still not exactly doing well. Because I feel warm right now. Despite everything. Despite the fact that it's the morning. Despite the fact that I have the AC going full blast. You know. It's all good. Ah, dealer's choice. You got it, Goat Manchu. I do hope you get some good rest when you get there. As for why I stream when you're going to bed, look, if I didn't have to sleep, I wouldn't. I guarantee it. I hate sleeping. Sleeping is such a goddamned waste of time. I would gladly eat and take back 8 hours of every single day if I could. And thank you, Dark Prince Revan. As always, I'll put it towards the usual, which I need to check something, because 2 of those, both Batman and Ace Combat, are pretty close to being funded. So don't donate towards those for a bit until we get caught up on that. Alright. Where the hell were we? I mean, I know we're in the Fade. You know, I'm not even sure what the temperature is here right now. I guess I could check. Hang on. Let's pull it up on my website. It is apparently 74 degrees here right now. It's supposed to cap out at 96. And you're probably wondering, what's that in real temperature? Well, hang on. So that's 23 right now, and it's supposed to cap out at 36. There you go. I've heard good things about Armored Core 6. I hope people are enjoying it. Did I already... Oh, right. I saved before I did that. You got it, Pika. Give me 1 second here. Let me jot those down. Cool. Pokemon, Arceus, and God of War 5. Done. Okay, so that's dealt with. Now we need to go do this one. We're going to kind of wrap these up in order. We can sweep now, so let's go ahead and actually do that. Gollum! Oh yeah, right. We have no music playing because the Music of the Fates sucks. Don't look at me like that. The Music of the Fates sucks. What do you want from me? I'm not sure how much I think the Fate itself sucks, but I definitely think the Music of the Fates sucks. What's funny is I could talk just fine yesterday. It's today that my voice is starting to be weird. You're glad I'm okay. I am not okay, but thank you for asking, Pika. There we go. This is Fade music. There we go. Wonk. Game. There we go. Probably Trihexia, but honestly, who knows? Although, actually, several people suspect that Norovirus is what... Norovirus is what I just went through, because I have all the symptoms, and it's currently sweeping about half the country. So... probability. I can't imagine it would, Gum Gum. I mean, that is something that's happened, Darkrai. It's on the list right now. Yeah, the Norovirus... Like I said, it's sweeping the country right now. The states, obviously. Norovirus is a virus that causes vomiting and diarrhea. No, it's not COVID. It looks and acts a whole lot like the stomach bug, but has a couple of other additional complications. The biggest of one, of course, being constipation, so that's fun. However, Norovirus is not caused by influenza, so that's cool. One of my favorite things to do in life is to have a bug.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
That's the goal. Oh, you meant for the game. Right. Save. Yeah, Master of Orion 2 music is just perfect. That is entirely possible, Darkrai.
Let's get started. Show me what you got.
2 down. Go ahead and get the Funds of Strength. There we go. We really need that +1 strength on our Mage. Look, what do you want from me? Also, I want you all to do me a favor. I know most of you probably don't pay attention to me and don't give a crap about me. And hate my face. But it's okay, because what I want you to do, you may or may not have noticed, we're actually on a different webcam right now. Now, I've had this webcam for a while, but I stopped using it because there was a glitch in it. Which it still had, past tense. However, supposedly there is a fix for this glitch, and so I'm using it to see if it works. The catch is, it's kind of hard to notice, because what'll happen is periodically the visual will just glitch. Like, it'll just tear for just a frame, right? So if anybody notices that, let me know, because that would be useful information. Not just for myself, but if I ever intend to give this webcam to my sister, she obviously would benefit from having a functional webcam. So, please and thank you. Thank you, Ross, for the sub. Ooh. I'm going to move a little bit slower. And that, if you know where you want that to go. Destruction. I mean, you know what I mean. And thank you, Dark Day. You shouldn't be hearing brief blips. Let me double check. There is something that causes that on my computer, but I make it a point of muting it every morning. And I know what you're thinking. If you know exactly what's causing, why don't you fix it? Well, there is no fix for it. So I just live with it. Yeah, no, it's muted, so you should not be hearing anything like that. So Dark Day, you put it towards the usual, which I know what that is, especially in my current mental state. I am very, very capable of remembering what it is. You just have to give me a minute. It's StarCraft, God of War 4, and Dragon Quest 11. There it is. Oh. Dragon Quest 11. And the other thing I just talked about, which I can't even remember what it is. God of War 4, that's it. God of War 4. And Ross wants to add Sea of Stars list. Is it not on the list? Real question. Like, I own Sea of Stars because I'm a backer. That weirds me out that it's not on the list yet. I believe you. I believe you. I will add it to the list instantly. It takes me a minute, Dark Day, I'm not gonna lie to you, but even when I'm sick, I can usually figure this stuff out, you know? Okay, so, where are we at? Oh, and also, not to get persnickety at all, Dark Day, I'll take the compliment and appreciate it, but I've often been told I'm more of a statesman than a politician, and I like the sound of that, you know? I'll take that.
On it.
Games below garbage. I mean, theoretically, based on... Thank you for double checking. Based on how we've done the system so far, I'm not sure there is the possibility of a game that is below garbage tag. By sheer virtue of being the garbage tag. Well, that's a good question, Trihexia, because a politician is someone whose job it is to lie to you. No, I'm joking. But seriously, if I say the word politician, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Get some good rest, Arctic. By contrast, a statesman, aka someone who is practicing statecraft, is someone whose job it is in order to run, manage, and design a state, aka someone who is being a system of management and governance. A politician is a politician. Hey, okay. That's a big boy. We're not gonna mess with that. I'm just gonna scooch over here. Don't mind me. Okay, we might have to kill that thing. Let's save before we do anything. Okay, we can't save. Cool, that's great. I don't even understand what that means, Gum Gum. That's a new one to me.
Right.
Ah, we're in combat. Okay, cool.
On it.
Time to kill an ogre. Solo. So this is what the Mage Tower battle probably should have looked like.
I can see why. Let's get started.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. There's an ad. Okay, that's cool. We're cool. Everything's fine. We're just gonna dump all our mana right off the bat. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. You know, that's a good way to put that, Ross. Brunt is a politician. Zek is a statesman. I like that. Save. Hey, we can save.
As you wish.
Ha! Lol, loner. Politicians I really like in real life. No!
Excellent.
The last statesman I might have had any respect for died a few hundred years ago. And we're dead. Wow, that just was instant death. I thought I could get through that. Alright, whatever. Oh my god, Darte. That's terrible. I love it. Possibly Von Falkenstein. We've learned a lot about the behind the scenes of this series over the years. Who would that be? See, one thing I've learned over the years, never admit that there's anybody you find fascinating historically, because people will read way too much into that. So, like, for example, if you find, I don't know, it doesn't even matter, Bob from accounting fascinating, don't ever admit that, because then people are like, aha! You secretly believe such and such, and also what you fig. I knew it! And just, bam, you're labeled. That's it. That's the end of it. You're labeled. I am not joking, by the way. I am not being even the slightest bit facetious. That is such a thing. Yeah, the branding is real. We're so slow as the spirit form. Hey, Oculus. You don't want to be spoiled? Holy crap. Oculus, play this game. Oh, no. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. I mentioned earlier you didn't guess why it hurt. Well, you probably did. It's not because of my throat, it's because of my ribs. I am extraordinarily sore from the day of throwing up. So, coughing hurts, like, around here. So putting this towards Starfield, Republic, Commando, and the StarCraft block. You got it. I will say this with regards to the thank you, Oculus. I will say this with regards to the politician question. I have never known a politician in real life, historically, to not have some flaw that makes me have to say, I like what they did about this, asterisk. Right? Like, there's always an asterisk.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
I could mention that I like Justinian, for example, which I do. He's a fascinating historical character. Asterisk. You said Starry, Oculus. You said Starry. It's going to Starfield now. Yeah, Bismarck. Another great example. Bismarck. Bismarck. I actually do like Bismarck, historically. Asterisk. You gotta add that asterisk, because Bismarck, whew, you know, that's just how that is. That's just how that is. I'll put it towards Stray, Oculus. And yes, I am aware of that, Pika. Duskwood music. What? Oh my god, this, I swear this is on random. I swear this is on random 5. Napoleon. But here, I'll pull up Duskwood. Okay. Uh-oh. Die already. Oh my god, die! Jesus. I mean, I will give Bismarck credit. He knew his statecraft pretty damn well. Like, disturbingly well, really. Although, if I could posit a theory, and this is a legitimate theory of mine, I think Bismarck wasn't unique because he was a genius or whatever. I think Bismarck was unique because he bothered to pay attention. He did his job, to put it very bluntly. I think that just about any politician of the era who had actually bothered to do their job and paid attention to what was going on in Europe at the time would have come to the same conclusions he did, and would have been able to play the game the way he did. My opinion. I could be wrong about that. Well, I mean, that's true in fiction as well, if we want to stay within the realm of something a little more safe. How many of you have a villain that you really like as a character? Right? Arcturus Mengsk, to use one of my own personal favorite examples. Or Palpatine. Yeah, very popular example. Or Vader. Or Logain from this very game, you know? Gul Dukat. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing inherently wrong with finding a villain fascinating or to be an interesting character. The trick is to not go that one additional step and be like, you know, maybe he had a point. That's like, no, he didn't have a point. No, he really didn't. Well, it depends on who you ask, Sean, because if you ask him, he was just, you know... No, Dukat was a villain, yes. Dukat was a villain, holy crap. Yeah, way too many people did that with Thanos, I agree with that. Thanos did not have a point. One of the whole narrative points of Thanos was that he was wrong. That he was fundamentally twisted.
I know you want it.
Don't mistake me. Fascinating character. Understandable, developed, did some great stuff.
The game isn't over, mortal.
But Thanos was wrong.
On it.
Yeah, Emmett Selk. Yeah, Emmett Selk, let's be clear, was a monster who killed how many civilizations? You get the point. Excuse me. They really were a Blade Javal. They call him the Mad Titan for a friggity reason. One to go. You better grab this one. Hang on. We did not. That's true. There's a lot of Bajorans Dukat didn't kill. Cannot argue. Let's actually switch over here. We're just eternally in the Fade. This is just our life now. That's true, Blade Taval. Which, ironically, is probably the biggest flaw of Thanos. Okay. The biggest incorrectitude about Thanos was the fact that he was trying to sell everyone on a very, very simple solution to a very complex problem. You know, it's funny you say that, Darkrai. I know a lot of people who disliked the MCU version of Thanos. I am not one of those people. I prefer the MCU Thanos over the Thanos Copter Thanos. Just personal opinion, you know, personal preference. You know, I don't remember what the Gauntlet did originally. The Gauntlet goes back quite a ways in comic book history. Listen, Death is just, you know, she's just so hot, okay? You know how it is. You want the goth girl, right? That's understandable, right? It's not understandable? Janeway is a hell of a villain, cannot deny. Yeah, fine. Die. No, I did not, Latario. But that makes sense. After all, everything in the MCU is weaker than the comics, and thank God for that. Okay, so let's see some cutscenes now that we've earned them. First up, Shale. What's up, Shale? Shale? Can you hear me? Shale, you need to wake up. Come on, I need you to shake this off. This is just a dream. It's actually specifically a nightmare.
A dream? It is the Grey Warden. Yes, I remember. I am Shale. I am here, but not here. Is this a place of magic? I have never seen its like before.
We're in the Fade, the dream realm.
And yet I neither sleep nor dream. So the fact that I'm here is odd.
So, the demon put us under some kind of specific spell.
A spell that can affect even me, it seems. The next time we encounter this demon, I suggest we crush its puny little head before it gets the chance to do so again. For now, we should find a way out of this place.
Agreed. Alright, that's Shale's Nightmare, for those of you who've never seen it. This is one of the reasons I decided to bring a slightly different group to this, by the way. So you could see some of the other nightmares, because Alistair's Nightmare is fascinating and foreshadowing, and Morgan's Nightmare is similarly interesting. So Alistair's is, he's there with his sister, and everything's happy and joyous and wonderful. And he's got a family, and he belongs. Morgan's Nightmare is, she doesn't buy it for a millisecond. Which is very Morgan, because for all the many flaws that Flemeth has as a parent, one thing she instilled into Morgan very young is that you are to accept things as they are, not how they should be. And so Morgan doesn't accept the fakehood of it, because it's how things should be, not how things are. So she rejects it outright. If you bring Wynne, she is bemoaning the loss of the people, the ones that she was shepherding and taking care of. And they rise up to fight her. But, yeah, Zevran is being tortured by the crow. We don't even have Zevran yet, but obviously you can do this in a whole different order. Zevran is being tortured by the crows, and I actually don't remember what Liliana's is off the top of my head. But Sten's...
Shanedan.
Who are you talking to?
Don't bother the Sten. Isn't it your turn to cook?
Cook what? There's no food in this miserable, frozen country.
Hashera, we have a guest. Make room at the fire.
Why do they call you the Sten?
The same reason they call you the Warden.
We've been days in this place. There's no sign of any threat. The Arishok's report was wrong. Can we not go home?
No.
Sten, none of this is real. You realize that, right?
I know.
What do you mean, you know?
This is a dream. I'm not a fool, Warden. I remember seeing the Karashok there have his head torn off. Well, at least it's not a great loss.
You are so entertaining, Kadan. You should perform in the square with the other trained monkeys. We could throw you peanuts.
It's a dream, but it's a good dream.
An interesting take on things. Nevertheless, this is a cage, Sten, just like in Lothering.
Here, or Lothering, or Orlais, it's all the same. Far from home, one place is no better than any other.
I'm still in charge, Sten. On your feet. We're leaving.
Ha, look. The little thing thinks it can order the Sten around.
Good luck with that, Kabathri.
You gave your word.
I did.
You can't abandon your post?
Stand aside. I would hate to see you all die again.
No, we won't let you leave us again.
Enemies approaching.
Oh, jeez. That's good. We're fine. We're fine. I've got my main DPS right next to me. Oh yeah, Ogrins. Thank you. I knew there was one I was
Yet
missing.
this gives me no peace. I wish to leave this place. No, more trickery. What is happening?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. One more. Oh, I guess we'll be showing this one.
Forgive me. I failed them all. They died and I did not stop it.
Camera. Camera. You're a little under the ground there, camera. When they are not dead yet, the circle can be saved.
What about all this? How can you say that when you are faced with this? Death. Can you not see it?
Camera.
It's all around us.
So here's something I find interesting about the Fade dreams, and it's probably the best part about the Fade sequence in general. Each of these obviously is an insight into their character, but on first glance, it looks like all of these are just random things that they do to mess with them, but every single one of them actually has the exact same tone. It's just each character interprets that tone differently. That tone is what they either feel or believe they should have, what they want, put simply. Sten wants to see his people again. Alistair wants to be with his family and with his loving sister. Morgan wants a mother who actually gives a crap about her. Oghren, as Lord Harrowmont so wonderfully pointed out, is being insulted by his kin. And Wynne is surrounded by her dead students. You might be thinking, well, why is that what she wants? Well, want is kind of a fickle thing, because you could look at a restaurant and look at a menu and say, that looks good, I want that. But there's also a part of us, a little bit more in second layer below the skin than that, which we tend to believe things should be for us, whether we actively want those things or not. I know I'm explaining that terribly, but you probably understand what I mean. How many of you have ever been saddled or burdened with concepts of guilt or shame? Or this is how should thing. Yeah, our own internal negativity bias. Things that we feel we deserve. And so Oghren feels he deserves that ridicule and scorn for all that he did, for killing that noble, which we'll talk about later, and for screwing over his house and his standing. Wynn believes that she deserves to be surrounded by the dead of her own people because of how much she has failed. And yeah, I was actually just thinking the same thing, Lord Harrowmont. So, each of these is a fascinating insight into the characters in question, and I think by itself deserves a positive. The only downside of this, and I hate to sound like a broken record, is if we could just bring every party member, we could see all of these in one playthrough. Just continuing to make the point of why being able to bring every party member in a game like this would be beneficial. Just another way that would be cool. I understand that would require a little bit of a restructuring of the dungeon, but come on, game. Anyways. Let's see. This would go under MSQ, which is up here. I don't agree with that, Darkrai. The older I get and the more I study game design, the less the balance argument holds any weight. Too many games across too many years, across too many franchises and mediums have been able to balance parties of size of 5, 10, 15, 200, and several thousand. I don't think being able to bring, 8 people is really that out of bounds for these for these developers. Now, you know what? Hang on. Let me walk back for a second there. It might be impossible for these developers. Maybe they're just not good enough. But no, I absolutely think that is a thing that can be done, because it has. Anyways. You realize you're in the Fade, right?
Why was I spared? If not to help them, what use is my life, now that I have failed in the task that was given me? Leave me to my grief. I shall bury their bones, scatter their ashes to the 4 winds, and mourn their passing, till I too am dead.
And that is what Wynn thinks she deserves. Because of something we haven't actually found out yet about her character. Which the other thing I like about this, because we find out a decent amount about these characters, regardless of whether we know their backstories yet or not, which is good internal continuity. You really have to fight this, Wynn.
Your blatant disregard for the souls of the dead strikes me as being utterly inappropriate.
Please think about what you're doing here, and why.
I do not know what you are trying to tell me. Why must you make this more painful? And where were you when this happened? I trusted you as an ally, and you were nowhere to be found.
I am the only thing that's real here, okay? Ignore everything else.
I do not know what this will accomplish, but I will do this if it will satisfy you. It is difficult to focus. It feels as though something is stopping me from concentrating. I've never had so much trouble. Perhaps some time away from this place will help me think clearly.
That sounds like a very good idea.
Don't leave us, Wynn. We don't want to be alone.
Holy Maker, stay away, foul creature.
Told you this wasn't real.
Stay, Wynn. Sleep soundly in the comforting embrace of the earth. Do not fight it. You belong here with us.
No, not yet. My task is not yet done. It is not time yet.
Come away to your rest.
Enemies approaching.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Fireball.
Excellent.
Is it over? Thank the Maker for you.
Camera.
Wait, what's happening? Where are you going?
There is also always the Final Fantasy X solution to this problem, which I will never stop bringing up, because I am to this day gobsmacked that other games have not picked up on the Final Fantasy X option. It is a perfectly valid way to deal with the limited party size problem. On the off chance that you don't know what the FF10 solution is, it's very simple. You have 3 party members in combat, but all party members are there in lore. Every cutscene includes every party member. So, for example, we go to the Fade, they're all here. So we see all their cutscenes, or, you know, we could see 3 and then optionally see the rest, is probably how I designed that. And then there you go. Done. Easy. It's bonkers to me how many people don't actually see that, and I don't remember Pika off the top of my head. Okay, so that's the Fade swept. So let's review the Fade, and I've been thinking about this very carefully, and it really sucks that I did not only split this up, but also that I'm very tired and have been sick over the course of this period of time. But I always find that being sick actually, like, makes me slightly a better reviewer, not a worse one, which I know some people disagree with. Agreed, Dark Prince Revan. So here's the deal. Obviously, I've already given the plus to the Fade for the party member insight thing, which I stand by firmly. I have also already given the Fade a positive and a negative. I feel like I'm going to go ahead and give the Fade one more negative. I think, really analyzing it, I'm going to go ahead and lean towards net negative overall. And the reason why is because this is a classic example of an idea that I like. I really like the idea of the Fade, the pseudo-Metroidvania-ness, getting the different abilities and powers, varying up the gameplay, changing up the encounter design, adding the pseudo-exploration thing, right? I legitimately feel like this is a great idea, but it's so understandable why so many people don't like this. Because the more you know what you're doing, the more you enjoy it, is my experience with the Fade. Knowing what I'm doing here, like, I didn't get lost. I think I only got lost once this particular playthrough, and that was at the end of the previous stream. So knowing what I'm doing, knowing what I'm going for, knowing how it's working, knowing the rules of the Fade, yeah. But imagine you're playing this for the first time. You've never done this before. You've never played this game before. And you hit the Fade, and it's like, hey, oh. And all of a sudden, it just becomes a lot more frustrating. Especially because, and this is the negative I already put down, this game is not designed to be played with one party member. It's actively frustrating to play this game with one. It's the exact same problem we already mentioned in Mass Effect 2's The Arrival DLC. So, I mean, I might as well just call this Breath of Fire 2 syndrome. Because, for those of you who weren't there for that, Breath of Fire 2 is an RPG that's actually pretty good if you either have a walkthrough or know exactly what you're doing. If you have neither, then it sucks to be you, which, of course, makes that game pretty bad, actually. Because in my honest opinion, if you need external information, like a replay, someone telling you where to go, or a walkthrough, then you have designed a bad game. So, I am going to go ahead and give a second negative for the Fade. For essentially just a general bag of irritations, like 5 or 6 different things, all of which kind of combine to make this more frustrating in execution than it really should be. And off we go. Boss time. What's up?
What do we have here? A rebellious minion? An escaped slave? My, but you do have some gall. But playtime is over. You all have to go back now.
Ah, it has found its way back to me. Excellent. Now it can watch me pop this demon's head like an overripe grape. Yes!
I am here, and it is time to finish this. I have had enough of cages.
You will not hold us, demon. We found each other in this place, and you cannot stand against us.
If you go back quietly, I'll do better this time. I'll make you much happier.
Oh, as an aside, I think it was Lord Harrowmont mentioned something. The only real flaw, narratively speaking, of the Fate, I don't think I'm going to give it a negative, I think it's more like an absence of a positive situation, is that we probably should have been able to choose in some manner what our nightmare was. Instead, we're always with the Grey Wardens, and we're always with Duncan and the Dragon. It's like, that... Obviously, every Grey Warden has a motive for the Darkspawn being defeated, for reasons we've already discussed. But everything else, it's sort of, it's not just presumptive, it's sort of like removes role-playing from the circumstance, which is funny in a game that does so much to encourage role-playing. But anyways, I don't want jack that you got to offer, boy.
I made you happy and safe. I gave you peace. I did my best for you, and you say you want to leave? Can't you think about someone other than yourself? I'm hurt. So very, very hurt.
Wow, when you put it that way. Go directly to hell. Do not pass go, and do not collect $200.
You wish to battle me? So be it. You will learn to bow to your betters, mortal.
Also, Evo, that bug sounds hysterical. So, in case you didn't see it in chat, Evo mentions that there was a bug she had once when she was playing through the wind cutscene, specifically. And she fought the students, killed them, and then the cutscene started playing again, and one of the students gets up without a head because she'd gotten the head chop-off animation. I wish I'd seen that, because that sounds hysterical. Whoops.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
This quickly. This wish satisfied me beneath my foot.
Sorry, Sten.
Head will make lovely crunching noises.
Ew.
Let's get started.
Come on, get up, get up. Potion.
Move and parry. Strike and kill.
Position.
That's it. There we crush.
On it. No mercy. This should be easy enough. Right.
Your darkest dream.
Come now. Defend yourself. As you wish. Desperation is an
Don't abandon us! The Gambit system is... it's better and worse than the FF12 system, but it's getting the full positives that the FF12 system would get for the same basic reasons. It's a good Gambit system. The only downside... I'm getting there, Giga. The only downside is the limited slots problem, which we've already talked about.
You defeated the demon. I never thought I never expected you to free yourself. To free us both. When you return, take the litany of Adrala from my body. It will protect you from the worst of the blood magic.
Aren't you coming back? Like, you can't have been that long, dude.
I cannot go with you. I have been here far too long.
Come
For
on,
you, it would
you
have
don't...
been an afternoon's nap. Your body won't have wasted away in the real world while your spirit lays in the hands of the demon.
You... What do you want? What are you talking about, dude?
Every minute I was here, the Sloth demon was feeding off of me, using my life to fuel the nightmares of this realm. There is so little of me left.
But...
I was never meant to save the Circle, or...
Dude...
survive its troubles.
But...
I am dying. It is as simple as that.
Dude, we got Wynn right here. We could heal you. We're fine.
Thank you. But it is too late for me. I do not fear what may come. They say we return to the Maker in death.
Uh-huh.
And that isn't such a terrible thing. My only regret is that I could not save the Circle. But you can. Take the litany off my body when you return. It is important.
But... Okay, fine, whatever.
I'm not a hero. Perhaps trying to be one was foolish.
I should go.
It is time for us both to be on our way. Remember the litany of Adrala. The Circle is all that matters now. Thank you, and goodbye, friend.
I'm not your friend, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy. Ahem. Make sure to actually pick up the litany, too, because if you don't, this upcoming fight can suck. Pick up the litany. Pick up the litany. What do you think we should do? Let's just move on. Think we should do anything? Nah. Nah. Listen, nobody has removed poison, okay?
Should be easy enough.
That spell does not exist. I mean, the way he describes it, yeah, he was being drained to death. Although it makes me wonder how long his spirit's going to roam the Fade, because one of the possible answers to that question is forever. Which kind of vaguely sounds like a fate worse than death to me, but yeah, whatever. It's his fate worse than death. Why are there dragon legs up here? Alright. Who let dragons into the tower?
And it isn't.
Evo. Are these your dragons? Now, if Maverick was here, I would know it was Maverick who did it. Yeah, speaking of which, thank you very much. I do need to be staying hydrated. I am very dry today.
On it.
As you say.
One of my favorite things is after this, they're all like, yeah, the tower's going to go back to normal. And every time I hear that, I think, do you just go through here with a flamethrower to get rid of all the extra guck on the walls? Like, I know there's a degree of gameplay and story segregation, but like, look at this pile of guck I'm standing right next to. That's got to be a 20-foot tall pile of guck. At least 5 or 6 feet wide. That is not a small amount of mass. And if you've ever done any kind of large-scale cleanup, you know that getting rid of that much mass by itself is an irritation. So even if we go through with fire, who's going to get rid of the giant amount of ash that's coming through? Yeah, this is going to be a job, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you can't do it, obviously, that's silly. It's just, I always feel bad about the people who have to go through and be like, alright. The other person's got the wind spell, you know, pouring the ash into the giant bags they got, and they're just making bags of ash. That's ignoring the corpses and the knocked over, like, fences and the cupboards and the bookshelves. And like, this place is a friggin' mess, is what I'm trying to say.
Let's get started.
Viscera cleanup detail for Elden Edition. We could use our own Viscera cleanup detail. Not gonna lie. That is probably a thing that we could benefit from having. Yeah, at a certain point, can we just get rid of the building? Now, hang on, here's a fun little factoid. So, ignore that giant pile of gross. Also the fact that bodies are impaled on spikes, which is a darkspawn thing. But anyways, whatever. I want you to look at all this gross, all this yuck, right? Okay, just picture it all. Because what this is happening, hypothetically, the reason this is happening is because, oh my God, Lord Harrowmont, is because of the fact that the barrier between the physical realm and the Fade is weakening. So it's supposed to be like the Fade drifting over. Okay, cool. Remember that there's a specific Mage dungeon, and I don't remember the name of it. I'm sure someone in chat's going to jump in here, where the barrier between the physical plane and the Fade is always weak. And I just want you to imagine living someplace where just this can happen, or does happen, regularly. Like, this is just normal. Like, this is just life. You just have meat moss. Anyways, with that little fun thought out of the way. Yeah, picture the smell. There cannot be a large amount of insulation down here, right? Or not insulation, wrong word. Ventilation. There cannot be a large amount of ventilation down here. So you've got to imagine the smell. Like, have you noticed a window on any of these walls? Because I haven't. Well, I guess that's technically a window. Is that supposed to be a window? This is the most useless window in the world. No, I agree, Lord Harrowmont. The ultimate problem with all this, and I'm almost willing to give it a negative, is because this is all Darkspawn stuff, not demon stuff, not Fade stuff. It really shouldn't be here at all. It's just, it has implications by sheer virtue of its presence. So here we are. Oh, you're right, the glass tax. That's what it is. They got the glass tax problem.
Let's get started.
Yeah, exactly. It's asset reuse. This goes back to what I was talking about many times in my life. I call it the writer factor, or writer trust factor if you prefer. If you have a great deal of trust in your author, then when something like this happens, you can read into it. But if you don't, well, then it's just, there's an out-of-character explanation for it. So, using this exact example, either this implies a great deal of connection between the nature of the organic mass that bleeds out of the Fade and the true nature of the Fade and how the Darkspawn interact with the Fade and the demons, or it's just asset reuse. And you see the difference between the two, right? And the great frustration is there's nothing really defining one versus the other. You just kind of have to guess, for lack of a better way to put it, which one it is in any given case. So that's fun. Let's go ahead and grab... Oh, gosh. That is true, Lord Harrowmont. Which is exactly why I mentioned what I mentioned earlier. Let's do Inferno, because I'm more likely to use that on a regular basis. Oh, I guess we could also do Storm of the Century just while we're here. Just for fun. Just for fun.
This trick again? I know what you are. It won't work. I will stay strong.
Cullen? Cullen! I have to tell you, I've always been in love with you, Cullen.
Only too well. Ugh, how far they must have delved into my thoughts.
The boy is exhausted. And this cage, I've never seen anything like it. Rest easy. Help is here.
Ugh, enough visions. If anything in you is human, kill me now and stop this game. You broke the others, but I will stay strong for my sake. For theirs.
Oh yeah, Latario.
Through my thoughts, tempting me with the one thing I always wanted but could never have, using my shame against me, my ill-advised infatuation with her. Ugh, a mage, of all things. I am so tired of these cruel jokes, these tricks, these...
Dude. First of all, there's nothing really against Templars and Mages hooking up, at least as like a hookup, right? In fact, near as I can tell, it happens all the time, at least according to Anders. Second of all, dude.
Silence! I'll not listen to anything you say. Now be gone! Still here. But that's always worked before. I close my eyes, but you are still here when I open them.
Cullen. Cullen, I need you to tell me where the surviving mages are.
What others? What are you talking about?
Irving and the other mages who fought Aldred. Where are they?
They are in the harrowing chamber. The sounds coming up from there. Oh, Maker.
We must hurry. They are in grave danger, I am sure of it.
You can't save them! You don't know what they've become.
And you do?
They've been surrounded by blood mages whose wicked fingers snake into your mind and corrupt your thoughts. You have to end it now, before it's too late.
Yeah, exactly, Lord Harrowmont. So what exactly do you propose?
To ensure this horror is ended, to guarantee that no abominations or blood mages live, you must kill everyone up there.
I would rather spare a Maleficarum and risk harming an innocent.
Thank you. I knew you would make a rational decision.
Rational? How is this rational? Do you understand the danger?
I know full well of the dangers of magic, but killing innocents because they might be Maleficarum is not justice. I know you are angry.
You know nothing! I am thinking about the future of the Circle, of Ferelden!
One of the things I find fascinating about this conversation is Cullen is so obviously in the wrong here. Oh, no, not in his logic, which has a degree of reasoning to it, but Cullen himself, who has just admitted pretty openly that he is exhausted and has been tormented by visions for quite a bit of time here. He is literally not in his right state of mind at the moment. So, no, buddy, you're not making the rational discourse here. Not because your argument may or may not be valid, but because you are not. So, no.
I am just willing to see the painful truth, which you are content to ignore. But what can I do?
Nothing.
Has it considered the fact that ridding the world of these mages might be of benefit? The Templars will still help with its war. Why make things difficult? These mages could use some crushing. That's what I say.
I mean, you don't really think that's a good idea, do you?
Well, maybe not. But it would be remarkably satisfying. Doesn't it agree?
What he says makes sense. Do not discard it out of hand. These mages are out of control.
And, rather, we don't know that, Lothario. Although, you are correct. I kind of deliberately brought Shale and Sten to this because it's the two most anti-mage people in our entire party. So, I'm just going to go with the persuade option. It isn't that simple, Sten.
Perhaps.
As you can see, I am in no position to directly influence your actions, though I would love to deal with the mages myself.
I'll deal with you once Uldred is dead.
My cage is Uldred's doing, or one of his mages. Once they're dead, I will be free.
Don't remind me about Fenris. I like Fenris as a character with one gigantic asterisk. The man's a goddamn bigot. Alright. Stay safe. It'll be over soon.
No one ever listens. Not until it's far too late. Maker turn his gaze on you.
Huh?
I hope your compassion hasn't doomed us all.
That's fine. Wow. I got Shale approves from that. That's funny. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to AFK very briefly, and then we'll do the final battle of Doom. Alright. So, something BioWare really has a hard-on for is evil people torturing other people into being evil. I don't know where that comes from. But it showed up in KOTOR, to use a random example off the top of my head, where one of the most common recruitment methods the Sith use is they torture Force users, Jedi, in other words, until they give in to the dark side. Anyways, so in that line of thought and reasoning,
Do you accept the gift that I offer?
because they have to let the demons in, after all. And the best part is, of course, they're dead. So, like, it's just a way to stop the torture at this point. So remember, a mage is just the larval form of something greater. And yeah, Lord Harrowmont is correct. As I mentioned earlier, Uldred has probably been dead for a while. And whatever pride demon this is has been in his place. How long? That I'm not sure about.
Ah, look what we have here. I remember you. Irving's star pupil. Uldred didn't think much of you then, and I certainly don't see your appeal now.
Right. Well, forgive me if I'm not extraordinarily impressed.
I suppose one can't be loved universally. I'm quite impressed you're still alive. Unfortunately, that must mean you killed my servants. Naturally, you're not frightened of us at all. Oh, no. Oh, well, they are probably better off dying in the service of their betters than living with the terrible responsibility of independence.
I'm sorry, are you actually upset that I killed your lackeys?
We needn't fixate on who killed whom. That doesn't help our relationship.
But what are you trying to accomplish by torturing these people?
A mage is but the larval form of something greater. Your Chantry vilifies us, calls us abominations, when we have truly reached our full potential. Look at them. The Chantry has them convinced. They deny themselves the pleasure of becoming something glorious.
Oh yeah, no, I specifically...
There's nothing glorious about what you've become, Uldred.
Uldred? He is gone. I am Uldred, and yet not Uldred. I am more than he was. I could give you this gift to win. You and all the mages. It would be so much easier if you just accepted it. But some people can be so stubborn.
Normally when I get here, I just kill him because there's no real negotiating with this jackass. But I mean, come on. But I wanted you to hear the line because some of you apparently didn't know that the mages are a larval form thing is actually a real line in this game. So my take on this, just personal interpretation. I've always felt that this particular pride demon, being a pride demon, is actually convinced that it's saying that it means what it says. In other words, that it's not lying. That a mage really is a larval form, and that we have ascended to be something better. And being a giant pus pile with organic bits growing out of you and not even having a mouth is actually a good thing. Think about how much greater it is, and blah 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 blah. Either way, I'm gonna kill the ever-living crap out of you.
Resistance. Everywhere I go, resistance. How very inconsiderate. Wait, what do we have here? Why, it's the first enchanter. Come, say hello to your old apprentice, Irving. Don't mind the blood. He's had a hard day.
What have you done to him?
Stop him. He is building an army.
Worthy of Mordor.
Destroy the Templars, and...
You're a sly little fox, Irving, telling on me like that. And here I thought he was starting to turn.
Never!
That's enough out of you, Irving. He'll serve me eventually. As will you.
Because he's been tortured, Lataria. Hence the comment of, don't mind the blood. So, no, I think I'd rather die.
Killing you would be a waste. Your raw potential, with the strength of a demon behind it, would be unstoppable. I can do that. I can give you power and a new life.
Uh-huh. No.
Fight if you must. It will just make my victory all the sweeter.
You know, truthfully...
Don't forget the litany. It
Yes,
will
I know.
thwart Uldred's attempts to control the mages.
Win.
And win this...
Win, you're not my mother. I don't actually know if you can accept his offer. I know that sounds strange, but I've never tried. There are several routes that several of these particular arcs can go through, and I don't think I've ever encountered that one. Okay, so let's do this one first. Let's get interrupted. Very important. Part of the equation. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Let's get started.
Pop this. Just gonna pop this one here. So as we get up.
The litany! You...
And then we're gonna pop this. I'm gonna pop this. And now we can't see what we're doing. All according to plan.
This should be easy enough. Only one shot for the win. Excellent!
No! Rando! Plus 20% fire damage. Yeah, I'm going to be wearing those for most of the game, by memory. So we're going to just put those on. There we go. Cool. Loot! Loot! There we go.
On it.
Come on, I want a loot game. And now, to convert Irving.
Omega. I'm too old for this.
Irving, are you all right?
I've been better. But I am thankful to be alive. I suppose that is your doing, isn't it, Win?
I wasn't alone. I had help.
I was surprised to see you standing there. But I am glad you have returned.
Listen.
The Circle owes both of you a debt we will never be able to repay. Come. The Templars await. We shall let them know that the tower is once again ours.
Cool. Blade Default says, is it the nature of the demons that they don't have free will or are bound to their programming or whatever? So, as with all things about deeper Dragon Age lore, it kind of varies based on the game. But in Dragon Age Origins specifically, it's pretty clear that demons aren't even what I would call at the VI level. I know that sounds weird because they can talk and interact with people, but, I mean, so can a bot, right? I would say that they're even less than the angels and demons of, say, Diablo, for example. They are... the example I like to use is they are more akin to your traditional concept of a ghost, a single echo of a single concept or emotion that just kind of vibrates and reverberates within its own confines. Not really capable of anything really approximating intellect. You'll notice that even Uldred here, fair, Lord Harrowmont, but we'll get to that exception. Even within the confines of Uldred here, he was still pride. Everything about what he said and everything about what he was trying to do was just pride being pride. Gaining minions and growing bigger and having more people follow and venerate him, and that's it. That was his whole shtick. There was no grand plan. There was no long-term design. He was just 30 go to 10, 30 go to 10, 30 go to 10. Now, having said that, future games, including a future expansion, will start to drift that into different directions, as we will see with Justice, which we'll get to later, and also, I can't remember his name, but the one in Inquisition is a good example of that. But either way, I would say that, I would personally argue that those exceptions are exceptions, not the rule.
I'll need you to guide me down the stairs. Curse whoever insisted the circle be housed in a tower.
Why is it always a tower? Don't answer that. I know the answer to that.
Irving? Maker's breath. I did not expect to see you alive.
It is over, Gregor. Aldred is dead.
Aldred tortured these mages, hoping to break their wills and turn them into abominations. We don't know how many of them have turned.
What? Don't be ridiculous.
Of course he'll say that. He might be a blood mage. Don't you know what they did? I won't let this happen again.
Cullen.
I am the Knight Commander here, not you.
So what does the Knight Commander think?
We have won back the tower. I will accept Irving's assurance that all is well.
But they may have demons within them, lying dormant, lying in wait.
Enough. I have already made my decision. Thank you. You have proven yourself a friend of both the Circle and the Templars.
I agree with that, Lord Harrowmont, although you're just continuing to make my point for me, because that is an exception. If we add the other exception, that brings our grand total of exceptions in Dragon Age Origins up to 2. So I stand by it. I do require aid against the Darkspawn. I am still here as a Grey Warden.
I promised you aid, but with the Circle restored, my duty is to watch the mages. They are free to help you, however. Speak to them.
Yeah, it always amuses me that I know a lot of people who play this game and are not a big fan of Gregor because they find Gregor to be too unreasonable and too hardline and too much of an ass, right? And I find that hysterical given every Knight Commander we encounter after this point. Or maybe not all of them, but I mean, you know. So,
Yes, Irving. For now, I will have to oversee a sweep of the tower. There may be some survivors, and we should do our best to tend to them. Please excuse me. And Irving, it is good to have you back.
I'm sure we'll be at each other's throats again in no time.
Yeah, I love the fact that Cullen's reward for living through this is to be relocated to freaking Kirkwall. Hey, Cullen.
I'm glad I'm still alive, but the Circle's future still remains to be seen.
I still will not have sex with you. Alright, so.
Here we are, the tower in disarray, the Circle nearly annihilated. Oh, it could have been much, much worse. I am glad you arrived when you did. It's almost as though the Maker himself sent you.
Yeah. I am glad I could help, legit.
From what Gregor said, it seems that you came here seeking allies. The least we can do is help you against the Darkspawn. I would hate to survive this, only to be overcome by the Blight.
So, I mean, there's not a lot of mages left.
You, of all people, should know that we are not to be underestimated. The mages you see here will be a great help to you. You have my word. As first enchanter, the Circle will join the Grey Wardens in the fight.
Irving, I have a request. I seek leave to follow the Grey Warden.
When we need you here, the Circle needs you.
I appreciate the sentiment, Irving. But the Circle will do fine without me. The Circle has you. This woman is brave and good, and capable of great things. If she will accept my help, I will help her accomplish her goals.
Listen, Win is but the larval form.
You were never one to stay in the tower when there was adventure to be had elsewhere.
Why stay when I can be of service elsewhere?
In I give you leave to follow the Grey Warden, but know that you always have a place here. There is much to be done here, and I must go. You must forgive me for not being a proper host.
So, two things really quick. First of all, Wynn is like the most attractive woman in this game, I'm just saying. But second and more importantly, I constantly praise the voice acting of Dragon Age Origins, and will continue to do so. That's the joke, Lord Harrowmont. I will continue to do so. Because even on the little things, things that most people probably don't notice or even care about, it still manages to nail the voice acting. Let me give you a direct example. Most games, most shows, most movies would have a sequence where someone's like, "Oh, I've barely survived this horrible circumstance." And then the next few scenes has them speaking their dialogue normally. Either because the director did not inform them that they are still recovering from their horrible ordeal, or it never occurred to anyone, either the actor, director, or anybody else on set, to be like, "Hey, maybe you should still sound recovering." Notice the way Steve Blum is, I think it's Blum, is voicing Irving here. He still sounds really wound down and worn out and tired, probably because he's been tortured. It's a little detail, but it adds to the scene. It continues to emphasize and adds just that extra little layer of polish, that extra bit of believability to the voice acting, which is awesome. And I love that. And I don't have anything else to add to that. I just wanted to comment on it briefly because it is bonkers how many games get this wrong. No, it isn't, Django. If you listen to him at the beginning of the game, he has a lot more, well, maybe a lot more is not accurate, but he has more energy and more verb into the way he talks, the way he speaks. Yeah, exactly, Gum Gum. Listen, Giga, all I'm saying is all of the sex is happening. That's just what it is. Anyways, yeah, you remember when the actor who plays Garrus, I can't remember his name, actually went without sleep in real life just to make sure that he sounded that extra little bit of exhausted? Love the voice direction of, BioWare games back when they were BioWare games. There it is. I have to say it that way because for a company that has done so well in several respects, it's sure nice to see the fact that they are completely self-destructing right now. As of the last week, they are just... Wait, why is Shale in a native? Where's Shale in a native? Shale. Oh, the Shale puzzle. Oh, no, that's obvious. First of all, unnecessary padding with regards to the interaction. Second of all, audio spam every time you try to click anything. Third of all, the fact that the fire damage does damage to you for no damn reason. So it's a decent puzzle, but it's irritating for absolutely no reason. Boom, 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 negative. Alright, where's my voice direction positives? Do I not have any yet? Oh my god, I don't. Yeah, I know you didn't catch this, Bragwin, because you mentioned that this morning, but I actually pointed that out a few days ago. In fact, I pointed it out on stream, because it's bonkers. It's the guy who wrote freaking Minsk and Joker. The most consistently good character in all of Mass Effect. And I stand by that statement. Joker was the one bright spot of Mass Effect 1 through 3. Don't mistake me, there's a lot of good characters in that trilogy. But Joker was never a bad character in that trilogy. He was always good. And he was always written by the same guy, who BioWare just fired. Just...
When the time comes, we will stand beside you.
Anyways. How's our money doing?
You really killed all those abominations? I didn't think it was possible. I thought we'd all die here. I'm sure you need supplies after that, don't you?
No, Blade Taval. And I mean that. As absolutely bizarre as it sounds, there is nothing that BioWare as a company could have done to prevent this from happening. The only thing BioWare could have prevented itself from doing, or done to prevent this from happening, excuse me, is to not sell themselves to EA. And that's a little bit more complex of a thing than it sounds like. Most such transactions don't really happen because they want them to happen. And there's some, with regards to that. How much gold am I? I'm only up to 11. Oh my god. I'm never going to get it. Alright, hang on. So we've got... No, exactly, Lord Harrowmont. That's why it's like, it's easy to just say, you know, don't sell yourself to the enemy. And it is easy to say that, but in reality land, that just means your company kind of falls apart or doesn't have the money to make certain games, because that's how that works. Like it or not, you need money to make games. I mean, hell, we've talked about this just as recently as a couple weeks ago, because this is the exact problem Larian ran into. Larian isn't a publicly traded company, and they don't have an over company. They don't have an owner or a merger company or anything like that. And they still had to release a game early, unfinished, and under unusual circumstances, just to keep the lights on, you know? So, that's just, that's life. You'll forgive me for not repeating myself in full, Latario, because I've already talked about this 5 times now. We were talking about this during the Baldur's Gate 3 run. That's how long we've been talking about this. But the long and the short of it is, EA has changed how they do their accounting, which means EA, as a primary company, is not making as much money as it used to because their cash cows are not being financially feasible. So with Tor drifting down in terms of profitability, Apex not keeping the doors open, and Battlefield falling off completely, they are, rather than trying to push anything, they are doing cost cutting all over the place, as has been demanded of EA by the investors and the board. So EA is cutting all over the place, and BioWare just happens to be the latest category for that. Now, BioWare also hasn't been doing particularly well ever since Tor stopped doing well, which started early this year, first quarter this year. Which means that the only thing that was keeping BioWare functional from a purely financial perspective has just been removed from BioWare. So, what's probably going to happen is either Dragon Age 4 will come out and will suck, and will be riddled with microtransactions and will fail, or Dragon Age 4 will not come out, and that'll be the end of BioWare. One of the two. Alright, so, Mage Tower, done. Do I have any other thoughts about the Mage Tower? I already mentioned something about Wynn. I actually like Wynn, as weird as that may sound. No, I don't know. I don't know if Dragon Age 4 will be Frostbite, but so there's a concept, and I hate to repeat myself. Do I think there's any chance Dragon Age 4 will be a good game? No. I'm sorry. No. Dragon Age 4 will be a bad game. Guaranteed. The question now is whether or not it will come out at all. And as a reminder, because we've been doing this, it was heads this time, excuse me, so it's not coming out. Could Dragon Age 4 save BioWare? Actually, yeah. If Dragon Age 4 was a very well-selling, very popular game, then it absolutely could salvage BioWare as a company. You know what's sad, Spartan? That's still true. EA is still one of the best publishers to work for. That's not a joke. Why do I think Dragon Age 4 will be bad? Yes. Or everything might be a valid answer there, too. I legitimately cannot summarize because it's quite literally everything. 100% of Mike Romano's subs, 100% of the information coming out about Dragon Age 4 is all negative. It's universally negative between the massive development hell problems they've been having, the restructuring of the game a minimum of 2 times, which we believe might actually be more than that, the complete changing of how BioWare structured within EA proper, the movements about EA pushing BioWare into the sacrificial lamb territory, the massive gutting of central and primary lead developers and lead writers. There is no indication whatsoever that Dragon Age 4 will be a good game. Not even a net good game. Now, it might have good moments, good individual elements, right? Because that's usually a thing even in bad games. But it will not be a net positive game. Dragon Age 4 is, if it comes out, will probably be a sacrificial game. Almost guaranteed. And off chance you haven't heard me talk about that, you have to understand that a company has to, legally, or else they will be sued, listen to the people who own the company, which is the investors. And the investors speak to the board. The board works for the investors own the company, okay? So what that means is the investors are morons. And I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. Investors are goddamn idiots who have no idea what they're talking about and read magazines written by people who probably also don't know what they're talking about in order to try and follow and chase trends because they just want a quick buck for no effort, okay? I cannot spit enough venom at investors. Yeah, exactly, Walker. All they want is return on investment. That's it. So whatever the latest thing is that they read in whatever trade paper, they'll be like, hey, do this. And they will tell the board, this is what we want. And they'll vote for it. And they'll push for it. And the board will order the company to do it. And the company has to do it because the board runs the company. Now, there are some exceptions to the cycle, but that's normal. That's every day. That every company that is a publicly traded company follows this exact same cycle. So what the smarter companies do is they have a sacrificial lamb. And that sacrificial lamb's job is to do whatever dumb thing it is that investors want. Hence BioWare. Now, I don't know if BioWare is going to be the sacrificial lamb. That is a prediction, a presumption. But based on what they're doing, yeah, that sounds like where they're going with this. Thank you very, very much, Mike Tamano. I do always very much appreciate, and I will jot that down for absolutely nothing, because he didn't put anything down. Now, hang on. I got to do a little math, because I am just... Lord. Actually, that's absolutely true, Velton Ryu. The idea of the board is that the board is supposed to be a singular source that one person can interact with. You know, you go into a meeting, you talk to the board, and the board is supposed to speak on behalf of the entire investment group. This is why this is not a linear equation. I call the people in charge of a company the money people, because who actually makes the decisions varies from company to company. Sometimes it's the board, sometimes it's one specific member of the board, or a specific group of members of the board. Sometimes it's certain members of the investment core who have their own representatives. Sometimes it's the CEO, sometimes it's the CFO, sometimes it's the COO. It varies from company to company. So, yeah, you notice Lothering is now officially gone, by the way. We actually cannot go there anymore. It has been crushed. And you'll also notice the Darkspawn are slowly stretching on the maps. That's cool. Okay, so Mike Romano is putting that towards Railway Empire, South Park, Fractured Yet Whole. Ostagar's fine. It's fine. We're fine. And Bad Batch Streaminations. You got it. And thank you, SJNM. Always appreciate that sub. If you know what up to 3 things you want to put that towards, do please let me know. Thank you very, very much. Now I got 2 questions there, 3 questions actually. I want to answer super quick here, just rapid fire. First, I was asked, what is a memory leak? Yeah, we could probably do that. Dealer's choice. You got it, SJ. Thank you. There we go. I agree with you, Meatfist. Because remember, as you yourself pointed out, BioWare themselves are not free from blame here. We'll talk more about this when it comes to Dragon Age 2, because Dragon Age 2, like Mass Effect 3, were both a direct consequence of Tor. But we'll get to that. Excuse me. What is a memory leak? In very, very basic terms, every time you're a program, doesn't have to be a video game, is tracking something, is paying attention to something, it dumps that information into your active memory, which can be one of at least 3 things that I can think of right off the top of my head. Doesn't matter the specifics. All you need to know is that it's putting the information there so it can be accessed quicker and more efficiently. Cool. But then what it has to do is a cleanup phase, where after it no longer needs that information, it pulls that information out. Cool. Thing is, a lot of programs, including video games, have an issue where they don't do a proper cleanup phase. Either they don't get rid of all the active memory, or in some cases, they don't get rid of any of it. That's the really bad memory leaks. So the information just sits there in active memory, not needed, not accessed, just sitting there taking up space. And the only time it'll finally actually get flushed is when the whole program is shut down completely, which flushes everything. And then you restart the program from scratch, okay? So the more junk data that just gets built up and built up and built up in your active memory, the more it tends to affect the performance of the program in question. Memory leaks are actually harder to nail down than you would think, which is why I try to be understanding about them. But the flat reality is that memory leaks are a bad thing, and certain engines, looking at you, Unity, tend to have worse memory leak problems than others. Dragon Age Origins is one of the worst memory leak games I've ever seen in my life. A game that, on average, I will restart once per hour in order to try and flush out the memory, because it just has an absolutely terrible cleanup phase. I would not be surprised if Dragon Age Origins doesn't do cleanup phases at all. It just lets the active memory sit there, and then when you close the game, that's when it actually purges it. Because this game is actually a bit of a mess under the hood. It's a little amazing it works as well as it does. So that's question number 1. Question number 2. I was asked, I don't know, believable. I was asked, can you de-trade a company? Can you pull it off the street? Yes. It's actually relatively simple, but usually not easy. All you have to do is own all the shares. All you have to do is purchase all the shares back from everybody who currently owns them, and get them back into the ownership of a single person. This actually has happened several times when a company goes public in order to generate funding, in order to get a project made, and then once the project is made and is now financially successful, they go ahead and buy their shares back in order to retain ownership of the company. It's somewhat uncommon, if I might be so bold. I don't really know why it's so uncommon. It feels like a fairly natural move, but at the same time, it is worth noting that in some cases, some companies have simply gotten so widespread that good freaking luck buying all those shares back. And the third question I got was from Dark Prince Raven. With hindsight in mind, do I think the Mass Effect should have been a trilogy or a duology, and do I think Dragon Age should have ended as a trilogy? No, absolutely, Lord Hammer. That's why I say it's simple, but not easy. Also, shareholders... There's always asterisks to these kind of questions. Shareholders don't have to sell, but there are ways to ensure that you buy stock from a shareholder, even if they're unwilling to sell. There's actually multiple ways to do that. You've probably heard the phrase hostile takeover. That's a very, very, very generic phrase that actually refers to one of many different methods by which you can legally force someone to sell. That's what that boils down to. So, should Dragon Age should have been a trilogy or a duology? Actually, I know this sounds strange because I rather enjoy Dragon Age 2, but I think Dragon Age should have just been one game. Dragon Age Origins. I think that would have worked out best. Whether that's true or not, that's debatable, of course, and it's not like I don't like this setting. That's something I'm not going to get into, Trihex. That's a whole other ball of everything. Having said that, I do enjoy Dragon Age 2, of course, and I found a Twitter thread, because it's called Twitter, from David Gator, which was talking about some behind-the-scenes stuff at the creation of Dragon Age 2, and it's really fascinating. I'll talk about when we get there. But just go ahead and chopping that off probably would have been for the best. As for Mass Effect, see, here's the problem. Mass Effect 1 is the only Mass Effect game that ended with any real definitiveness. 2 ended on such a hard to be continued that, you know, there we are. And 3, we know what I think of 3's outro. This is actually the same problem Dragon Age has, because Dragon Age Origins ends. There is a to be continued, especially if you do the DLC. But Dragon Age Origins ends in a way that if it stopped there, it wouldn't really bother me that much. The moment 2 came out, 2 ended on a to be continued, a very definitive, and soon will continue with the Exalted March, which never happened. Inquisition, similarly, also ends on a very definitive to be continued. In fact, it ends on 2 of them. So, at this point, we're kind of committed. And, well, now we're in the situation we're currently in, which is why I say it the way I was saying it. But anyways, having gotten all that out of the way, let's go to the camp.
The Blight. How will you end it?
We have to fight the Archdemon.
Is that all? It is surrounded by an ocean of darkspawn. How will you reach it? If you reach it, how will you slay it? You say you are a Grey Warden. I have heard stories of this order.
Do you doubt that I'm a Grey Warden?
Great strategists and peerless warriors. That is what we hear of the Wardens. So far, I am not impressed.
I suppose you think you could do better.
Yes.
Cool. Good talk. What's with the heavy sighs?
Oh, that. Merely reflecting on the hopeless nature of the task in front of it. The most likely outcome is that it and its companions will become a stain on some rock for the Darkspawn to tread upon. I shall be moved to a single tear by the tragedy.
Aw, thank you. I'm glad to know you care, at least.
It's true. One single tear, and then it's off to the north, I think. Or maybe west. I haven't decided. What's that? Did it hear flapping wings? There may be pigeons nearby. We should be alert.
I agree with you, Wandering Doll. Mass Effect 2, I know I'm not. I'm feeling better. Thank you for asking, too. I'm still kind of... Speaking of which, we need to now rotate liquid. I've already gone through one whole cup. I am very firmly of the opinion that Mass Effect 2 is the best game of those 4. I can say that pretty definitively because I have reviewed them now. So I can say that. I can point to the score and say, boom, that's my opinion. But Mass Effect 2, in a vacuum, kind of has some issues, right? Because it ends on a very, very thoroughly... Actually, we haven't reviewed Andromeda under the current system. It is in the books, but we haven't gotten there yet. Mass Effect 2 ends on such a to-be-continued kind of a perspective. It just stops, right? And what it needed was, I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, it needed a Return of the King. It needed something firing on all cylinders to absolutely nail it, to follow through on it. And what we got was Mass Effect 3. Now, we've talked about this. I don't want to rehash this for the 7,000th time. It's very understandable, because once again, Mass Effect 3 is, you know, a direct consequence of Tor, as we already talked about. But, as a result, well, here we are. It is within the realm of possibility that Mass Effect Andromeda will be a net positive game, based almost entirely on the gameplay. However, as much as I do have praise for the gameplay of Andromeda, and I do, it's worth noting that it also does several things wrong on the gameplay axis. Itemization, quest design, the total lack of encounter design and or boss design. Like, there's not really bosses in Andromeda. So they've got this great combat system, which I do enjoy, and the best build system of the quadrology, my opinion, and a jetpack, and an awesome vehicle, and nothing to use it on. It's something I've talked about a lot. What really defines a truly great game is not that it has good combat, but that it has good combat, and power progression curve, and difficulty curve, and encounter design, and enemy variety, and enemy drop rate, and itemization, and boss design, and these systems do not exist in a vacuum. They have to interlock. When you have all of them working out, hell yes. But Andromeda has a good combat system with a good build system and nothing else really supporting it. So I'm not even sure Andromeda will score that well on the gameplay axis. We'll see. Someday. It's kind of a low priority for me. I'm not going to lie to you.
Look at what your fool dog placed in my pack. A putrid, half-eaten hare is not something a woman wants to find in her unmentionables.
I think he thinks you need more meat on your bones.
I think I have enough meat where it counts, and I certainly don't need it in my pack. The dirty mongrel can have this back. There. And tell him not to do it again.
Alright, don't do it again. You're a war dog, not a nursemaid. Yeah, no approval change there.
What do you need? Ask away.
So you said Earl Lehman raised you?
Did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
I would explain the smell.
Well, it wasn't until I was 8 that I discovered you didn't have to lick yourself clean. Old habits die hard, you know.
Mm-hmm. That would also explain the breath.
And my table manners, too. Though, come to think of it, they weren't all that different from the other Templars. Or did I dream all of that? Funny the dreams you'll have when you sleep on the cold, hard ground, isn't it? Are you having strange dreams?
Only the one where we're making mad love in my tent is one of the options there. We're not romancing Alistair.
Point taken. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Our Lehman wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head. He was good to me, and he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough.
Why'd he send you off?
Our Lehman eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her. Anyhow, the new Arlessa resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10, just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me.
Awful thing to do to a child.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Arl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming.
Ha! The Chantry giving therapy. Now that would be the day. So, do you actually think the Arl will help us?
I think so, yes. This news we've heard about him being sick disturbs me, though. I wonder if we won't discover that Loghain has come to the same conclusion as we have. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
Cool. Soon we'll go and interact with the super poison.
Yes. Well, here I am.
So, what was life like in the Chantry cloister?
Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my Chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
Condescending? How? I've never encountered a condescending Chantry member before, and I definitely won't in the second game.
When I talked about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special, chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all, the sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools.
I'm not going to get into a religious debate here, but, I mean... I kind of prefer your ideas to the Chantry's here.
Thank you. Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the Chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now.
So Trihexia says, why did the Arl marry an Orlesian woman despite knowing how that would work? Well, that's the obvious answer. Have you seen her hips? But no, the real answer here is actually already stated outright. It's because of the fact that he apparently legitimately really loved her. That's it. That's the answer. It's pretty simple.
Oh, it's been a long day. Rest would be welcome.
You all right, Wynn?
Yes, of course. I am just a little weary. As you may have noticed, I'm no spring chicken.
No, last I checked, you're still a person.
Ha, very funny. But in all honesty, I do not know how many years I have left in me. I have lived for such a long time, but there is always something else to do. And I have to keep going in order to do it. I think I will be glad when I am done.
I mean, along with many other things, Lothario, yes. I'm sure you'll be kicking around for 5, 6 more years, something like that.
Oh, I don't know. I really don't.
So, now that we have our first main quest done, our first map, like our first hub completed, we gain our first emissary.
The Circle of Magi stands ready to assist, Grey Warden, as do the Templars of the Chantry.
So, do you need anything?
There are always areas to improve on, Grey Warden. The most useful for my talents are runes.
So, we can give them runes for the circle. Give all unassigned runes.
Such a force has not been seen since the collapse of the Tevinter Imperium.
Ignore the ongoing war between the Qunari and the Tevinter right now. So anyways. And with it. So we could do Redcliffe next, but Redcliffe is actually kind of rough, despite the fact that the game really wants you to go there first. So we're going to do Orzammar. Who should we bring for Orzammar?
Indeed.
Yes.
I think that'll do. Yeah, no. Why is that? Yeah, whatever. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom...
I bring word, sire. There are demands from the Banorn that you step down from the Regency. They are said to be gathering their forces, as are your allies. It appears it will be civil war after all, despite the Darkspawn. Pity. I also have an interesting report. There seem to be Grey Wardens who survived Ostagar. How, I don't know. But they will act against you. I have arranged for a solution, with your leave.
The Antivan Crows send their regards.
An assassin?
Against Grey Wardens, we will need the very best, sire.
And the most expensive.
Just get it done.
Yeah, thank goodness this isn't a real blight.
Concentrate, like we practiced. Now, fire!
Colonel?
I can't keep this up!
Okay, give me like one good shot. I'll take that. Now give me a second good shot. Just for fun. Well, or I could get shield bashed. That's cool. Uh-oh. No, you don't. They're fine. They're fine. Oh god, did I kill them? Nope, one of the mages lived. Whew.
Let's get started. Is that all you've got?
Hey, sorry about killing your friends.
I'm taking these apprentices to Redcliffe. The first enchanter says you need every able-bodied mage for the war. They're young, but capable enough, as you saw.
I'll have to pay attention this time around to see exactly where it says it, because I remember it from Dragon Age 2, specifically, Lord Harrowmont. Although, admittedly, even if it wasn't in the game, it would be a logical conclusion of the events. Backwards country managing to take down a blight in about a year. There's you cannot tell me that there wouldn't be lots of people who wouldn't believe that. I mean, right? Oh yeah, speaking of which, really quick, I'm just going to restart the game. Just to flush the memory. Give it a few seconds. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Again, thank God it's just one and done. There we go. Bam. Look at that. Seconds. Seconds. Love it. So, hey everyone. What's going on?
About time a warden show.
Oh my god.
Sends it ready.
Well, hang on. I seem to have made a critical error. That's my fault. So what we're going to do is just going to rewind time briefly here. There we go. This. Yeah, I honestly kind of forgot about this fight, to be very honest. That's on me. I do eventually want that, and I know I want that, so let's go grab that for now. It's fine, Django, it's fine. We'll just pay more attention this time. That's easy enough. Doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doo. Just start that. And then we'll just start this. And then we'll just start this. And then we'll just do this. And then we'll aggro them. And then we'll aggro them. And then we'll aggro them. Come on, game! Do I have to get in melee for them to attack? There we go. Jesus Christ. Now we'll attack them. Down they go.
Here we go! This is a waste of time.
Okay.
This should be easy enough.
Okay. Liliana, I feel like you're set up wrong. No, that's correct. Alright, whatever.
Let's get started.
I mean, the wound system is just another form of health tax.
Look at all these people hawking their wares. It's almost like a little city.
It's a surface dwarf.
May the ancestors protect us all.
Let kings fight over kings. Trade needs to flow.
Well, yeah. Duh.
How am I supposed to live with no crafts to sell? I'll be ruined.
They think they're isolated now? Merchants won't risk this happening again.
Can I interest you in something? I've got the finest selection of previously owned armor and weaponry this side of Val Royeaux.
Previously owned?
Why pay through the nose for new equipment when you can buy it like new for much, much less?
And yes, that was Shepard earlier. Male Shep. Who, for some reason, I suddenly can't think of his damn name. So where do you get this like-new armor from?
Oh, here and there. Look, that's really not important. The important thing is, it's cheap. And just as good as what you'd find at a smithy.
Alright, what you got?
Of course. And remember, everything's covered by Farron's 24-hour lifetime guarantee.
That's, honestly, that might be overstating it.
Thank the Maker my brother and his family made it out of Lothering. He said that the Darkspawn attacked it the very next day.
The Darkspawn took Lothering, did they?
I don't know. I expect so, since there was no one there to stop them.
Well, it won't be much longer until those monsters get here. There doesn't seem to be anyone fighting them now.
It's fine. King Loghain has got this completely in hand.
Bloody dwarves will argue themselves into poverty if they aren't careful.
Yeah?
Do you miss the life you once had, Shale? These centuries of memories you have lost?
Does it miss being within its mother's womb?
Do I... Well, no. I don't remember that far back.
It is no different. My memory stretches only so far, and what went before is now lost.
And you remember nothing at all? Not even a little bit?
There are images, faces who I have no names for, places I remember being, but not where they are. Do I miss these things? They are without context. I feel only disquiet when I think of them.
Like dreams, then. When you awake, all the details have fled.
Is that what it is to dream? Then yes, perhaps it is like that.
How very sad. To discover your entire life has been a forgotten dream. I am so sorry.
That's fine. I'm sure she had something really horrible happen to her. Like, I don't know, having molten lyrium poured down her throat. Thank you for being part of the show. Actually, I'll put that towards the Wings Club. Kill me, Savacom, kill me!
Oh, you wish to talk to me? Truly, it's a courtesy for one so well-armed to notice a lowly merchant.
So you're a surface dwarf, as is evidenced by the fact that you're on the Dwarf, and you are a surface.
Someone has to. Trade with other races can dry up. We surfacers are Orzammar's lifeline. Even if we're denied a caste, the Assembly says we've turned our back on the stone, but they still use the goods we bring. Hypocrites.
That's not right. Someone should do something.
Maybe it'll change by the time my children are grown.
Hey, Zalok. Thank you for the subs. As always. That's the old brain meat in action. So let's see. Lego, Jurassic World, and Unmetal. Yeah, Lord Harrowmont, you know we're going to have to debate this particular playthrough. Varric talks about this a decent amount in Dragon Age 2, but even in Dragon Age Origins, it's made very, very clear. And we talked about this during both the Dwarven Commoner and the Dwarven Noble Origins. The Dwarves would be dead if not for their surface pipeline. The comparison I like to think of in my head, and this isn't a perfect analogy, I'll admit, is Coruscant from Star Wars. Coruscant would absolutely self-destruct if not for the non-stop flow of goods and services going into the city. Yes, I know it's unrealistic. Let's just ignore that for a second. It relies on it. It relies on that connection. It relies on that trade. It's one of the reasons why Coruscant has remained kind of unique in terms of military and political strategy over the course of Star Wars' history, is because most people don't want to interfere with that pipeline. Here we have Orzammar. I guarantee you Orzammar would shut down inside of a month if the surface pipeline was cut. And here we are already having problems with that because they've shut the gates because of the current dispute. And the fact that the dispute was shut down by them, it makes me think even more just how extraordinarily doomed these people really are.
Twice a year, I'm confined to a trade stall in the Commons, but I see enough. It's very closed in. My grandfather says I've lost my stone sense. I was born topside. I don't remember having it. Best of luck to you.
Like, I legitimately believe that there are enough stupid politicians in Orzammar that if we didn't solve their crap... Exactly, Lataria. If we didn't solve their crap for them, that they would have just kept the doors closed and would have slowly starved to death, which would have gone extremely badly for everybody still down there.
There are other places to sell. I don't have to come back here.
The assembly is deadlocked. No one knows when they'll reopen the city.
Corpse starch, obviously, Dakota. Oh god, I shouldn't joke about that.
King Loghain will not suffer the delay of his appointed messenger.
Alright, so I talked about this the last 2 times I streamed this game, but it bears repeating. And for the people who never saw the previous streams. I've always liked this little interaction because this is one of the biggest problems we're facing with the Civil War back east. This guy right here, you can't see him. Yeah, he's not even selectable. I can't even look at him. That guy right there is part of the problem because he constantly refers to King Loghain. Loghain himself has no designs on being king. This is very, very clear. He never calls himself king. He never makes a play for the crown. He takes the stage of regent in order to become the military commander for the duration of the emergency. And in his mind, the emergency, of course, being Orlais and also smacking down this Darkspawn little uprising problem. But either way, he is such a famous person. He is so well known and so well liked, especially amongst the military and the knighthood, that it's no surprise to me that people like this would absolutely venerate him as King Loghain. So even if Loghain himself is not actually seeking the throne, he might as well be being handed to it. It's kind of a Washington situation. And problematic for similar reasons.
Vieta, this land is held in trust for the sovereign Dwarven kings. I cannot allow entry at this time.
King Loghain demands the allegiance of the Desher, or lords, or whatever you call them in your assembly. I am his appointed messenger.
I don't care if you're the king's wiper. Orzammar will have none but its own until our throne is settled.
Why have your people retreated like this?
They hide because they are dwarves.
I would challenge any race to fare as well. Our king is dead. Endrunai Dukan returned to the Stone not 3 weeks ago. The Assembly has gone through a dozen votes without agreeing on a successor. If it is not settled soon, we risk a civil war.
Do I think that Loghain would be Cincinnatus and be willing to step down? Absolutely. I actually have a decently high opinion of Loghain. Especially since the main problem Loghain has is the fact that he's insane. Which, I know, doesn't really sound positive, but what I mean by that is he is paranoid to the point of insanity, not, you know, stupid evil. Now, yes, this game doesn't do that perfectly. I'm not trying to gloss over that. I've already given negatives for when this game just kind of gives him the villain ball. But when Loghain is actually written properly, no, of course he would step down. It's like, okay, borders are secured against Orlais. Darkspawn have been dealt with. Here, go deal with stuff. I'm going to go back to my thing, you know. I'm going to go back to my whatever I do in my spare time, which is probably plot against Orlais. So, the Grey Wardens request their traditional Dwarven allies.
The Wardens killed King Cullen and nearly doomed Ferelden. They're sworn enemies of King Loghain.
Well, that is the Royal Seal. That means only the Assembly is authorized to address it. Grey Warden, you may pass.
You're letting in a traitor? And a foreigner? In the name of King Loghain, I demand that you execute this stain on the honor of Ferelden.
You realize Loghain is the traitor who killed King Cullen, right?
What? Lies and slander! King Loghain will not suffer this. I will not suffer it. I'm his messenger.
Kill each other as you will, but take your sodding fight off my doorstep.
Well, okay. And I like how we acquiesce to his request, by the way. We actually take the fight off of him, off of his doorstep. That's really funny to me.
Let's get started.
I don't understand the question, Django. I mean, I've never played this game before, so I see no reason why I would otherwise do this in any other order. Unless, of course, you have some insight into the matter. Could you please finish that guy off? Like, seriously. I can only kite for so long. And we're dead. Ow.
Be careful!
I suppose that's true. Go ahead and reload. Ugh, fine. Hey, Wynn, get in here for a second.
Yes.
Thank you.
I demand an audience to view itself all of Ferelden. King Loghain will...
Vieta, this land... I don't care if you're the king's wiper. The Assembly has gone through...
In the... You'll hear of this. King Loghain will see you quartered.
Yeah, go away.
You are free to enter Orzammar, Grey Warden. Though I don't know what help you will find.
Atrost follow, Warden. Your arrival is a mixed blessing. We prefer that outsiders not witness our infighting, but your presence will be tolerated.
Bread? Please, sir. Just a bit of bread.
No, I have not, Latario.
Bread? Please, sir. Just a bit of bread.
If only you had come at a less troubled time.
Now that's a thing of beauty, daughter. If you work hard like Branka, all Orzammar will know your name.
Mother, I don't want to be like her. She...
Don't say that! Not to me, not to anyone. Now get back to the forge. I want to see more details.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, I accidentally killed your mother. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Atrost Vala, Warden.
And a Scooby-Dooby-Doo to you.
Show respect, Surfacer. You're in the Hall of Heroes, home to the best of us.
They're quite grand indeed.
Paragons, dwarves who achieve such greatness, they're considered ancestors even if they yet walk among us. If only we had one now. A unifier. A voice like that, there would be no dissension.
Maybe I could help?
Perhaps I don't want you to. A surfacer should not see us in this kind of disarray. Goodbye, Warden. I hope you're not needed.
Well, cool.
Shale,
good talk.
Why do you refer to me as the Elder Mage?
Clearly because it is purple, and a hyena.
Then you simply wish to be perverse? Surely you're better than that.
I have found that I'm allowed precious few amusements. Since so many prefer to call me Gollum, I enjoy referring to them in a similar fashion.
Oh, very well. But could you at least use a different adjective? I do not wish my age to be my defining characteristic.
As the fussy mage desires.
Oh, I give up.
Let's get started.
So, yeah, sandal bearers, Japan especially, sandal bearers are actually very well-positioned people, usually. I don't know about in other countries, or other cultures, excuse me. So, on the off chance you didn't make a dwarf noble or a dwarf commoner, both of which give you a hell of an insight into dwarven politics and culture, the first thing that happens when you enter Orzammar is you get a nice insight into dwarven culture and politics.
It is the Assembly who makes a king, and a king who nominates his successor. None of it is carried in the blood.
Or, as now, when someone tries using the Assembly to pull a coup. Who's to say what my father said in his final hours, when the usurper Harrowmont was the only one by his side?
I'll have you thrown in prison.
You've bitten off more than you can chew!
Handlers, separate these dashers in the Diamond Quarter. I will not have Balin incite a riot.
You'll not speak that way about the man who should be king!
Say what you like, but just straight up murdering someone in broad daylight, right out there in the commons, says a lot. I'm actually going to give that scene a positive by itself, because it accomplishes so much in just a few seconds. It's a great bit of exposition. It says everything about the level of politics, how much they don't care about killing or lives, and the cheapness of thereof, and like the total lack of respect for someone who, you may or may not have caught it, but that was just a guard, like just some random guard who happened to be on duty in the area, and the noble didn't, the noble's guard didn't particularly like what he had to say, and so killed his ass.
I'll have him in the Legion. Vieta, Surfacer. I'm bid to let you walk the commons, but keep your place. Warden or not, I want order.
Can a city function like this?
See, that's why I don't want you surfacers seeing our worst. You'll think that's all we are. The market is thin, but busy, and the tavern never closes. Bad blood is usually kept to the proving. Should toss Balin and Harrowmont in there, sort this all out in a hurry.
Thank you, KP Boa, for the sub. I always appreciate that support. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 upcoming streams, please let me know. And let me jot that down really quick. Yeah, this stuff like that is why dueling was legal for a very long time. Speaking of the proving,
Personal battles for honor and ancestor. I don't expect a surfacer to understand. If you must be our warden, at least know us. Go to the Shaper of Memories in the Shaperate. The true bright spot in the Diamond Quarter.
you got it, KP Boa. Thank you again. Yeah, Wandering Doll has a good point. The central conflict here, which is, let's be very clear about this, is one of the best, I guess, dilemmas in this entire game. Probably the best dilemma in this entire game, depending on who you ask, is outlined in one simple scene. Balin and Lord Harrowmont are both vying for the kingship. Harrowmont clearly has the backing of the Assembly, as was mentioned by the coup commentary, and Harrowmont was also the only one present when the king died. Harrowmont also points out that the king is elected by the Assembly, it's not carried in the blood. Meanwhile, Balin is willing to do whatever the hell is necessary in order to move forward, and is absolutely, hungry for the throne. It's also worth noting that Balin's man was the one who killed the guy, just for misspeaking. You will not speak that way about the man who would be king. So we've got a bit of the scenario just like that. It's a really good scene, really tight, like I said. Yeah, Balin is the Caesar of this scenario, for good and for ill. Now, agreed, genocidal, but we'll see how it reviews. Having said all of that, Balin's got the balls. I agree that Balin is the kind of person who is probably going to be the most unreliable person. Augustus? Yeah, okay, I'll go with that. Who does that make Harrowmont, though? If anybody. Anyways, sounds like Balin and Harrowmont are the ones I want to talk to.
They've caged themselves for fear of each other. As you've seen, keeping order down among us working people is dodgy. No place for a proper lord. Balin speaks through his second, Vartag Gavorn, in the Assembly. Lord Harrowmont speaks through Dulin Ferender from his estate.
Antony. That's funny, because I remember not being particularly fond of Harrowmont. But, you know. You mentioned paragons?
Surfacers appoint no paragons? Truly, you're lost in all that sky. They are the best of us, declared living ancestors. If you must be our warden, at least know us.
You already said that. You know what,
Yes,
shut up.
should.
Get away, get out of my way,
Orzammar welcomes the Grey Wardens.
Did you see that? I cannot believe what this city has come to. This would never have happened when Endrin was alive.
So Balin is the King Endrin's son?
Aye. What a terrible burden for a father to have only Balin left of 3 fine sons. In the end, Endrin himself recognized that Balin cared for nothing but power. It was Endrin who ordered his son away from his deathbed and embraced Lord Harrowmont as his heir.
So what do you know about Lord Harrowmont?
Lord Harrowmont should be our king. He was King Endrin's closest advisor, the only one he could trust. Endrin himself, ancestors welcome him, asked the Assembly to endorse Harrowmont.
Why such hate for Balin?
Everybody knows he killed his brother Trian and let his father's favorite son take the blame. And many question whether Endrin died abed, as we were told, or whether Balin helped him along.
Is Harrowmont qualified to rule?
He is a good man and a skilled general. King Endrin trusted him with his life, and I will do no less.
And yes, default Dwarf Noble and I believe Dwarf Commoner are both male, if I'm not mistaken. So, did you know King Endrin?
Only as a potential match for one of his sons. He was a good king, stern and fair and just.
Yeah, no kidding, Meatfest. How did Endrin die?
He died in bed after his eldest son was murdered, and the Assembly condemned his second son for it. I cannot blame him for preferring to join the ancestors in eternal peace, if Balin didn't murder him himself.
Who are you?
I am Narav Helmi, 3rd daughter of the 2nd matron of House Helmi. And you, stranger? What brings you to Orzammar at such a time?
The main story quest.
A Grey Warden? That explains why they allowed you past the gates. What kind of aid do you mean?
Who has the authority to defend against a blight?
A blight? Now? But our warriors are killing each other in the streets. I'm sorry, stranger. I fear there will be no aid for you in Orzammar. If you seek Lord Harrowmont's support, I suggest you talk with his trusted advisor, Dulin Ferender. He might be able to get you an audience.
Thanks. So what's wrong with Harrowmont as a leader? Well, I was just about to compare him to a real-life politician, who is dead, but we're apparently not quite far enough out that I can do that without raising hackles, so I caught myself before I did that. So all I'm going to say is that Lord Harrowmont is very traditionalist and very much a puppet of the rest of the political machinations of Orzammar. He's not quite at the point of being a rubber stamp king, but he's definitely leaning in that direction.
I hear there's a new blight coming. How terrible. The great paragon Branka will never return. The ancestors have taken her from this world.
I also, myself, in real life, tend to be extraordinarily anti-traditionalist, which leads to the problem of me tending to be against people who are very traditionalist. But even ignoring his traditionalist leanings, Lord Harrowmont just does not have the aptitude or capacity to be a leader. More like a puppet.
This dispute over the throne is exciting, isn't it?
Well met, Grey Warden.
I knew I should have stuck to common nugs. Now I've gone and lost them too. I'll never find them the way they skitter.
Common nugs. I don't like those. They look dirty.
No way I'm going back to that supplier in Dust Town. Guess I'm shutting it down.
Are these things dangerous?
Gotta boil them before roasting, but otherwise no, safe as sand. Some people swear they make good pets. May as well leash a turnip, I say.
Ooh, that's a good idea. It's funny because I think Lord Harrowmont isn't actually here right now, Interval. But yes, this portion of the game is going to be a bit weird because for those of you who have been living under a rock, we have a regular viewer for several years whose username is Lord Harrowmont. So.
Good on you, stranger. Only need one to turn this around.
Excuse me, do you have a moment?
Hang on, Dagna. We'll come back to you.
I hear the surface kingdoms are having problems too. It's not just down here.
Nah, everywhere's fine.
Greetings, and welcome to Garen Garrison's luxury goods shop. Wow, there are a lot of you. And I've never seen one of those before. The things they come up with. What was I saying?
Are you alright?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't notice. Most people don't anymore. Or maybe they're too polite to mention it. I had a little incident a few years back. Too much time with the raw lyrium ore, you know. Maybe it was a bad vein. I cut myself and the dust got straight in the blood. Since then, it's been a little hard for me to concentrate. Except when forging, then I'm straight as an arrow. Best work I've ever seen. Look around the shop. See for yourself.
Thus the implication that this is what happened to Sandal. All jokes about him being the maker aside, this is probably what happened. I don't want to spoil too much, but given what lyrium is, there's some interesting implications that lyrium addled is actually a state of being. Obviously they didn't intend that in Dragon Age Origins, because in Dragon Age Origins, we don't know what lyrium is. It's magic ore, right? It's magicite, or Tiberium, right? You know, made-upium. But it is interesting to think about, like, what exactly about it causes this side effect in the mind, specifically. Especially because of the fact that in every single case, including Tranquils, it also has the effect of making them much, much better at crafting, aka being able to focus on a relatively repetitive task with great, without getting distracted, just being able to focus on it properly. Just interesting to think about. Hi, Evo. Welcome to Orzammar. Population. Oh. So hang on, I'm sorry. I thought dwarves were immune to lyrium's effects.
Of course we are. Weak surfacers like you touch the raw ore, and you'll bleed from your eyeballs in hours. Weird seeing how big you are. Even surface dwarves lose it. Us down here, though, we should be able to handle it just fine. Only not too much, and not every day, and not breathing the dust, and not direct in the blood. Ancestors' own bad luck.
It also brings up the question, which to my knowledge has never been answered, why the hell do dwarves have this sort of not dreaming resistance to magic thing? And yes, we will be bringing that up later as well. Anyways, let me see your wares.
Right. Best in the trade, you know. I worked the ore myself.
I did catch that, Logue. Like I said, there's a whole lot of... Jesus Christ. There's a whole lot of implication here, which how much of this is intended and how much of this we can assume based on what happens later in the series. Yeah, go ahead, Evo. If you don't share. So we don't have the money for that.
Orzammar welcomes you.
So hi, Dagna.
You look like you're not from around here.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I've been trying forever to find someone who really knows the surface world. I don't suppose you've heard of something called the Circle?
I have heard of the Circle.
Then I'm truly honored. I've never met an actual mage. Is it true you can manipulate nature's forces with your mind? Like you were born with lyrium in your veins?
Don't let the glamour fool you, child. Wielding magic is a dangerous occupation and a great responsibility.
We would be happy to answer any of your questions, Dagna.
I've been trying to reach someone there for years. I've sent missives with every caravan, but I never get a reply. I want to know if they would accept me for study.
But you want to leave Orzammar?
I want to go to the Circle to study. I don't want to do magic. No dwarf can cast spells, but I don't see why I shouldn't study it. It would be a valuable exchange. Orzammar would learn of one of the great natural forces of the surface. And the Circle gains direct access to our knowledge of lyrium smithing.
And frankly, I'm amazed this hasn't happened before. How many of you in chat right now are a geek of something that you can't do yourself? I mean, this is such a common concept. How many of you are into sports? How many of you are geeks about history or military or game development or race cars or anything else, really? Of course she wants to go and study the thing that she's into. Doesn't matter that she can't do it. Doesn't bother us. So, I'll bring the Circle your request.
That would be wonderful. My name is Dagna, daughter of Janar of the Smithcast. Tell them I've already begun reading the Teventer Imperium's Verticum Kadab, and it's just fascinating. Did you know the Imperial Magister Lords once had genealogies of every human family known to produce a mage child?
Yep.
She's so enthusiastic and adorable. I'm glad we're helping her.
Oh, I'll go pack my bags right now. I'll be waiting by my father's shop.
Yeah. We can also shut her down, which we turbo are not doing. Not just because of Inquisition. Anyways. How did she get a book like that? That's a good question. Come to that. Okay. Let's go do this. Oh, wait. There we go. Got a nug.
Go on, I'm out of the nug game. Got nothing to sell.
Got you a nug.
Saraka, I'm back in the game, such as it is. I don't have much besides gratitude, but find a bunch more of these and I'll toss you whatever I found.
You got it.
Lava bad. Don't go near the lava.
Why not? Also funny, considering something that happens later. Yeah, this...
Guard my son, for he is lost in darkness. Mothers, keep him safe, for you know what it is to mourn.
Yeah, so let me double check something about release dates, but I'm pretty sure this game came out well after World of Warcraft. Let me double check, though. Yep, 2009. Now, I'm not saying this game copied Ironforge, because Ironforge looks a lot better than this, but... No, we're done.
I'm sorry. Did you have an offering for the ancestors? Although, I can't imagine your ancestors reside in the stone.
I'm sorry, what are you praying for?
My name is Vilda, widow of Turok of the Smith caste. I pray here every day for my son, Ruck. I only wish I knew whether I should be asking for his safe return or for the ancestors to accept his soul.
Your son is missing?
It was 5 years ago. He was only a youngster, He joined a Deep Roads excursion, the only smith to go with the warriors to repair their arms. He was so proud, but he got separated somehow. When they came home, he wasn't with them.
I'm sorry, the Deep Roads?
The Deep Roads are where Darkspawn come from. They descend for miles into the earth, and we must patrol them constantly or be overrun. I lost my husband to them. If I lost my son the same way...
We shouldn't abandon him. I'll look for him if you want.
How? There is no way except to brave the Deep Roads yourself.
I'm a Grey Warden. That's me up.
A warden? So you could do it. Only wardens face the Deep Roads without a company backing them. Oh, thank you. The ancestors finally heed my prayers.
Take heart, good Widow Filda. We'll do our best.
Please, find me as soon as you return.
You know what's interesting about that, Evo, is Golems of Amgarak has a similar vibe of being able to use lyrium, magic, in a clearly Dwarven city. And I myself have always liked the idea of the lay slice, is what I called it. In other words, you do something, it increases your power level temporarily, and then reduces your total power level permanently. And that's an escalating process. A mage in the extant who continues to use lay slice will eventually lose the ability to cast magic completely. So, yeah, that's an interesting theory, and I kind of like it. Especially since, no doubt, back in the day, well, I mean, in general, but back in the day especially, they probably started really going full tilt on the lyrium trade, considering how lucrative it is in order to trade with the surface. So, what that means is a whole lot of dwarves inhaling and otherwise interacting with a whole lot of lyrium on a very regular basis. The actual miners, the transporters, the guards, the people who would buy little lyrium statues or idols. You get it.
It's about time the Darkspawn started attacking the surface. They bothered us for far too long.
I like that idea. It's a neat explanation for the Dwarven situation.
Did you see that fight? In the old days, those men would have been told to join the Legion of the Dead. At least then they'd put that anger to good use. But not these days.
Would I rather live the life of a Dwarven Dragon Age? No. Krogan after the Genophage? No. Or a Klingon after the Empire shattered for the 19th time. So the 19th time, I'd take Klingon. You know why? Because at least as a Klingon I could say, hey, Federation! Hey, can I join you? And then I could go live in paradise.
Topsiders? Good. Get some outside gold in here. Calm people down. Make them think we should open the gates for good. The more cracks in the old way, the better. That's what Balin stands for.
And chess, apparently. So, why are you so allegianced towards Balin?
Not your business, but I see where the gold is. He's the traditional pick, yet he wants a new way, whether some like it or not.
But, so you approve of the chaos?
Can't find ore without splitting some stone. My investments are solid, I'll be fine. The Assembly has done us a favor. They've shown just how loose the sand is under our feet. It opens people to change.
I mean, a blight is coming. Orzammar cannot stand to be divided.
Orzammar will decide what we can or can't be. Blight may be imminent on the surface, but our warriors are well seasoned against dark spawn. There will be topsiders left for trade. There's no end to you.
That's an extraordinarily cold look at that.
I'll take your gold. You're good for that.
Hey, look, it's Shadow of the Empire. I like that book. Well, most of that book. The sex part's not so much.
Orzammar welcomes you.
Maker's blessing on you, sister.
I didn't think dwarves believed in the Maker.
I'm Brother Burkle of the Red Cliff Chantry, returned to my ancestors' land to spread the chant of light. I'm petitioning to open a chantry in Orzammar.
Whose permission do you need to open a chantry?
The Shaper controls changes in Orzammar's structure and society. I need the Shaper of Memory's permission to open a prayer meeting.
Shaper of Memories?
The Shaper of Memories controls the Shaperate, Orzammar's record system. Like the Chantry's historians, but more thorough. They track the births and lineage of every dwarf born in the city, every property sale, death in battle, marriage, or divorce.
Right. You'd probably make a more convincing case than I ever could, because I'm pretty sure the Maker doesn't even exist.
Never mind. The Shaper of Memories has refused me so far. I thought perhaps with another advocate, well, if you have a change of heart, let me know.
Yeah, that's probably not happening. Bye! Alright, let's see.
I hope that is someone being murdered and not simply singing.
Do you want the answer to that, Shale? Speaking of which, it already... I did not. Okay. Hold on. I mean, considering whatever the Shaperate says goes, and they can change the history at will, yeah. There's probably an extraordinary amount of revisionism there. And you know me, very in favor of revisionism, but holy crap. I don't remember the difficulty of Xenoblade Chronicles 1, Zillow. The only thing I remember about that game is how boring it was in terms of the side quest. There we go. Because holy crap.
Wonderful.
Those
A
side quests.
Dwarven tavern. I've always wanted to try some of their ale. I hear it's quite potent.
Words. Zillow, really quick, before I forget, and I don't mean anything by this, but have you, how do I explain this? I don't want you to forget about the possibility of that script that'll enable the Wily bots to pull the next upcoming games on the website. I just want to ping that really quick.
Grey Warden or no, keep your nose out of Orzammar business.
Okay.
I trust Vala, stranger. You must be the Grey Warden we heard about. Welcome to Tapsters. I'm Cora, your hostess. How may I serve you?
I was hoping to hear about the city a little bit.
So you come to Tapsters? I guess you're not asking for anything official, or you'd be at the Shaperate. But I can certainly give you a mole's eye view.
Sure, yeah. Any place I should see while I'm here?
The nobles stay upstairs, except when they're slumming. You'll find the assembly there, the palace, the Shaperate, and plenty of estates. Down from here is just Dust Town or the mines, so my recommendation is avoid. It's not part of the city, just some old tunnels where the castlists build their nest. No one goes there if they can help it. But if you want fun, your best bet is the Proving.
What's the Proving?
It's a chance for all the best fighters in Orzammar to test their skills. There's a tournament today. Arenas between here and the Diamond Quarter.
Alright, thanks.
Grey Warden is always welcome in Tapsters.
Now, really quick, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but my brother-in-law's father is currently doing loud stuff over there with regards to the doors. And so if I'm just going to stay more muted than usual, that's why. Don't worry about it, though.
Can you believe King Endrin turned against his own son?
Darkspawn attacks have been really light this year.
The surface must be so interesting.
Afternoon, stranger. You looking for a stool to share a brew?
Who are you?
Name's Naveen. I fight with Prince Balin's Expeditionary Field Unit. Yourself?
Loretta, Grey Warden.
Figured as much. Good folks, Wardens. I was in the Deep Roads when that one came by. What was his name? Dukan, Dunka... something like that.
You knew Duncan?
I met him, sure. Good man. Solid. He knows what we go through in the Deep Roads. Not many do. Not even the ones who live this close. You have to be on the front lines.
So you work for Balin?
I go where I'm sent, fight when I'm there, and leave politics where it belongs.
Oh yeah, by the way, Mr. Red, do not load that QR code. Just, like, you can take that as an order if you want, because the odds of that leading to some virus-riddled site are extraordinarily high. Like, I don't want to have to be like, alright, can we kick Mr. Red off of Discord again? God damn it. Who's your unit fighting?
Darkspawn. Not much use in turning our weapons elsewhere while those vermin still live.
Amen. I should go.
Watch yourself. Orzammar politics are getting near as dangerous as battle.
In Dwarven Babarag, and in the Risasaradrava, then we medwa. Nasun Kalanovru, and Premalanova. Arhandeka Paragan, Veram the Shir Uram the Zig. And in Avreka and Sordans, Nedek Varax Gor Helvarik. Parstak dis a parva gorda jebindar dek kavir radik. Gorda shebna gorham, Raksa Paragan Veram Gatrig.
By memory, it sounds like the main issue you're having is an issue I had as well, Zilok, which is exactly what you just said, the difficulty curve. Which is absolutely all over the place in Xenoblade 1. And in most RPGs. The number of RPGs that have a smooth difficulty curve are very much in the minority. So, yeah, that's probably the issue you're running into. Now, that is from very vague memory. Because I only played through Xenoblade 1 once, and it was for a rumination. Which means I absolutely slammed through it as quickly as possible, so... grain of salt.
Don't understand why the provings aren't open to everyone. I mean, it's how the ancestors show their favor. Do they really need our help to decide who's worthy? And then he practically slapped me. Lord Dennick Helmy, honored Desher of the Orzammar Assembly, and terrible disappointment to my esteemed mother, who doesn't like me spending time in taverns. You understand what I'm saying, right? On the surface, there are no castes, and it works fine. Am I right, Warden?
A controversial opinion for a dwarf of the Assembly.
Very good. I guess someone already told you I was good for nothing, drinking my life away at Tapsters. Or did they leave off at greatest shame to ever fall upon the Assembly? I'm always like that one. You know, most smiths and tavern keeps would make decent deshers if we gave them a chance and a seat in the Assembly. Orzammar are so mired in tradition, no one bothers asking if the castes are even necessary.
How's your system work, anyway?
Badly. Oh, you're serious? Well, it's simple, I guess. The king and elected deshers of the assembly are at the top. Then it's the nobles. Then the warriors and all the craftsmen. At the bottom are servants. The casteless and criminals are below even that. Your caste is determined by that of your same-sex parent. And that's where you stay your whole life, whatever your skill.
Yeah, I forget what that's called. There's a real-life term for that. Yep, Mr. Red's lost. Mr. Red has joined the evil JRPG religious cult. Now, in about an act of the game, he's going to realize they're evil after he accidentally kills his own family. And he's going to be like, no! And then the rest of the game will be him trying to redeem himself. But there's a name for that. It's the same gender caste thing, where your caste is determined only by your parent of the same gender that you happen to also share. Which I mention because some caste systems don't give a damn what your gender is. You just happen to be the same caste of whatever your father is, or whatever your parents are, because parents tend to be grouped together. And I can't remember what that's called, but there's multiple different variants on the whole caste thing. The worst Mega Man boss of all. Cult Man! Ta-da-ta-da-da! And you just throw pamphlets at Mega Man. Do you get to vote on the next king?
Me and 79 other fine, upstanding examples of how someone who's born into every privilege inevitably wants more. They're not fond of my views on equality.
Right. Speaking of which, I need to look something up super quick. Who are you voting for?
I doubt either candidate has been outside the Diamond Quarter in his life.
Yeah.
But Lord Harrowmont seems a bit more forgiving. Prince Balin's brilliant, I'll give him that, and subtle as sin. But I don't think anything in Orzammar matters more to him than winning.
I should go.
As you wish.
No, it comes out next week, Gigapudding. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Von Falkenstein, and that's Stein. Excuse me, Von Falkenstein. And that's why I was trying to remember what the frickin' name of it was, but whatever.
This ale is perfect with a slow-roasted nugget.
They're everywhere! I can't take it! What? Get away! You'll change like the rest! Monsters hidden in all my friends!
I'm sorry, what?
They follow you. Once you are in the story, they possess your friends and follow. See? I found copies. All from the same pen, and older than the ones in song. Dormant my ass! Take them! I want out! I won't disappear chasing a lie! I won't!
But... Okay. I'm sure he's fine. He's had too much to drink. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
This, my friend, is a pint.
They come in pints?
No singing until the dinner hour.
Well, we've already violated that law. I mean, I think I would ask your husband to be on that one. You're good. Alright, so we did that, we did that, we did that. Let's go... here. Wait, no, that's Dust Town. I don't want to go there yet. Turned around. I want to go here. Oh, no problem. The leader is love. The leader is great. I don't remember the rest of the song. Look, I can't quote Simpsons completely from heart.
Question it may be able to answer, Elder Mage.
Must it always be Elder Mage? I'm not a wizened old crone just yet.
Would it prefer Mage well past her prime don't mind the sagging bits?
You have an odd way of requesting answers to your questions.
I'm curious about the abominations of the tower. Is it possible for such a creature to become human again?
Yes, it is simply very difficult. It requires travel into the Fade.
And? Is the mage the same afterwards as the mage was before?
No, I have never met such a person, but no, they are changed forever.
I understand. Thank you for the answer, wise one.
As an aside, Shale and Wind's adventures, for lack of a better way to put it, has always been one of my favorite bits of post-Dragon Age Origins lore. Tell me about it, Evo. Wow. All right. Let's see here. I've been thinking about that, by the way, because Meatfist brought up something very valid. I don't even know if he even meant to. All the women have essentially the same body model in Dragon Age Origins, and so do all the women in Dragon Age 2, and yet it bothers me in 2 and not in 1. And I've been trying to process why. And I think it's twofold. First of all, it's not nearly as emphasized. Like, look at the three, female models right there. It's generic, of course, but it's not particularly sexualized. In fact, I would say all three of them look what I would call bad. That's probably by virtue of the fact that this is a game that's like one step more advanced than Neverwinter Nights 1, but, you know, whatever. Whereas in Dragon Age 2, which did a significant overhaul, in fact has a different engine entirely, and has a completely different style and approach to it, and was also trying much more for the general, more juvenile, is what I want to call that, approach. A lot more random, badly written cussing, a lot more sex, a lot more violence. It's just... so it bothers me more in Dragon Age 2. But what I find most interesting, I was reading an interview from several people, including David Gator, and they all said something which I found unique. So we all know that Dragon Age 2 had an extraordinarily short production cycle. We all know that. That's well-established law. The only thing which is debatable is how long the production cycle was, because it's either from 8 months to 12, or excuse me, 8 months to 11. 11 being at the high end, of course. I usually quote the 11-month thing because that way, even if it's the high end, it's still just extraordinarily short, but whatever. The reason I bring all that up is because they all said that despite the ridiculously short development time, apparently they were firing off on all pistons during that cycle, which probably explains why Dragon Age 2 is as good as it is. That everybody involved really kind of knew what they were doing and wanted to do the same thing, and were just kind of on the same page. Which, yeah, speaking as someone who's been a part of a project like that, I can understand exactly what that feels like. Obviously, Dragon Age 2... Yeah, exactly, Jesse Ward. Obviously, Dragon Age 2 was originally intended to be its completely own separate thing. We all know about that. And originally it was going to be continued into something that became Inquisition. We know about that. But we also know that while they were working on Dragon Age 2, they were also working on Tor and something else. I think it's the Mass Effect 2 DLC specifically. So... But yeah, I bring this up yet again because Dragon Age 2 might be a classic expansion effect example. Which I know sounds weird considering how problematic and bad that game tends to be, but no, I mean that. It might literally be the team locked in, knew what they were doing, had the tech, had the understanding, had the management, had the organization, and just started going. And then they had support cut out from under their legs because Tor continues to be a problem. And now we got Dragon Age 2 instead of what could have been Dragon Age Awesome. It's just, I'm sorry, it's just random thoughts. I'm drifting. Let me bring this back to the immediacy of the topic. I don't think I'm going to give Dragon Age Origins a negative for over-sexualization despite the patterning of the body types, for the same reason I didn't do that to Tor. Because it never bothered me in Tor any more than it bothers me here. I don't know if I'm going to give that negative to Dragon Age 2. We'll have to see. Moving on.
Did you see that last fight? It was really something.
Oh, yeah. I was all over it.
I heard a bunch of Harrowmont supporters dropped out at the last minute.
Pyotr Naidukin fights like he's in the Legion of the Dead. You should see his eyes. Mad eyes.
I believe we gave that negative to Mass Effect 3, Spartan. Pretty sure we did. In fact, let's go ahead and jot that down. And by jot that down, I mean look that up. The opposite of jotting that down. Because, yeah, Mass Effect 3 was a little bit silly with regards to it. But hang on, let's double check. Also insert I'm a prude, blah, blah, blah. Noise. Wow, we gave the intro of Mass Effect 3. Hang on. "15 negatives to story." Which I stand by the way. Now, to be clear, I count the intro as Earth and Mars. That's intro. But, wow! I stand by that completely, though. Mass Effect 3's intro and outro are both trash. Let's see here. God, there's so many story negatives. We gave a negative to Diana's voice actress because she doesn't know how to voice act. You remember that? Remember Diana's voice acting? There it is. Looks like we gave that negative to story. I thought so. Sorry it took me so long to find it, but it's negative 64. And if you don't understand the significance of that, most games don't have 64 points, period. Never mind 64 negatives to story alone. Mass Effect 3. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, Diana Aller. Just Google her for a second.
Good day, stranger. Welcome to the proving arena.
Or don't.
Closed until the fighters make their preparations, but come back this afternoon if you want to watch the show.
Sure thing, Colonel.
Enjoy our grand city.
Yeah, warning, if you go look up Diana Allers, not only will you be polluting your computer with her image, but you might have a problem of having a not safe for work problem. Anyways. Man, I don't know, Wandering Doll. I've said this before and I'll say this again. I can appreciate an attractive form as much as the next person.
To understand that the sister is a follower of this maker.
Am I the sister? Oh, that's so cute. It's like you're my big brother. Or sister. Or whatever.
I am a creature of stone. I rather doubt that we would be related in any shape or form.
Oh, I didn't mean literally. Don't you think that people can be related in spirit?
I notice that humans tend to believe in a great number of things that are not true, even when given evidence to the contrary.
Believing in things when there is no proof is what faith is all about, Shale.
Believing in things when there is no proof is what gullibility is all about.
So I am gullible now.
I take it we are no longer sisters in spirit.
Look, all I'm saying is Emily Wong was better than Diana Allers in literally every way. Now, where the hell am I? Where am I going? Where am I going? This way. So Savicom says, why is there a disconnect between what devs think will appeal to gamers and what actually appeals to gamers? Let's get this out of the way first. Gamers are a gargantuan bundle of everything, so by logical definition, everything appeals to gamers. But I get your point. I just wanted to get that proviso out of the way first. I think there's a lot of reasons for it in a lot of different directions. Anybody who's ever worked on a project long-term knows how easy it is to kind of get stuck into a mindset where you don't notice the issues or flaws with your own project, whether it's a painting, or it's a story, or it's a game, or if you're working on a project, a program for like a code, you know, just whatever. A program for a code? Really, Lore? God, I'm sorry. I'm stringing thoughts together. Just bear with me. It's easy to get stuck into that. It's one of the reasons why it's so valuable to have external perspective, to have someone else look at what you're doing and say, well, hang on. Even the Evil Overlords list has like the 4-year-old... God damn it, Zolok. Has the 4-year-old thing, right? I will always have a 4-year-old advisor on my team. If that 4-year-old can point out holes in my plan, I will immediately abandon the plan and start over. So yeah, it's very, very easy to get into an echo chamber, even if you're not intending to. Just because you know what you're working on, good and bad. So you understand it in a different way than other people do. And yeah, that happens in general. That's just normal. That's one of the reasons I stream my reviews, so I don't get stuck within my own echo chamber of my own opinions. It's one of the reasons why I have the writer's room when it comes to the rewrites, so I can get other people's ideas and thoughts in order to help provoke and give other ideas. So, but there is another reason. Now, this is pure theory, but I've noticed this in television, specifically the television that came out pretty much from the aughts until now, and games have suffered from this as well. Part of the problem is that a lot of people who are currently making fiction, and have been doing so, grew up in the 80s and, well, 70s, 80s, and 90s, that era. And so they tended to... Lord Harrowmont, hey, what's up? You're finally here! Yes, Croatia. 3 separate people have. Well, just in comments. Never mind in chat, where more like 20 people have. But yeah, no, Mr. Red, she's gone. Let her go. I'm trying to think how to explain this without sounding as insulting as it probably is. Yeah, Savacom. Like, I feel like a lot of these people are people who aren't really mature adults, is the nicest possible way I could put that. Let me use a direct example. Blizzard. Now, hang on. The Blizzard situation is actually quite complex, so much so that I myself have covered it across multiple lore weeks, which says something about how long ago that was, because that was back when we actually had lore weeks. It has continued to be a developing situation, and it continues to be something we keep learning more details about. But the thing is, a lot of the people who worked at Blizzard, who were the founding members who established things like Warcraft 2 and Diablo 1, and eventually StarCraft, were people who were college frat kids, to put that as bluntly as possible. And something happened, and I've noticed this trend, and I don't want to say it's because of their success, but there is this trend that happens where people are successful when they are not really what I would call emotionally mature, and then they tend to not emotionally mature because they don't really have to. They've made it, right? And so there is a decent number of people who worked at Blizzard as recently as a couple of years ago who were man-children, to put that as absolutely bluntly as I possibly can. Now, obviously this does not apply to everyone, but it also explains the, frankly, juvenile approach they've had to several things for several years. And yeah, this exact same thing happened to Rooster Teeth. This happened to the producers of Star Trek back in the day. This happened to Penny Arcade is another example of where this kind of shows up, right? Now, I would like to think that we're starting to crawl out of this a little bit. In general, just culturally speaking. But I have no idea if that's true, because the only way we'll be able to know that is about 10 years from now, when we could look back at the previous 10 years and see how things have developed. Because it's only within the last 5 years or so that people are even really starting to notice this kind of thing. Or at the very least, draw attention to it. No, it does, Spartan. It explains Enterprise so perfectly. Enterprise tried very hard to appeal in a juvenile way to sex appeal. Which, honestly, irritated the crap out of me then and bothers the snot out of me now. Do you remember the scene where Sub-Zero donated a sub for Fallout New Vegas? I remember that scene. That scene was great. It was my favorite scene in the whole episode. But, thank you, Sub-Zero, very much. Remember, you can put that towards 2 other things if you want to, at no additional cost. There's this one scene where Archer and T'Pol are tied up to each other, and they fall over on top of each other, and Archer's face is right here. Just right here. It's the most blatant goddamn thing. It's the kind of thing that I would expect in a bad comedy. And I'm just staring at it like, really? And I feel really bad for both actors. No, in between her breasts, genocidal. Let's just make this extraordinarily clear. And I feel bad for both actors because what? And having to actually do that. Yeah, you could just hear the slapstick sound effect in the background. Boing, 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 boing. And it's just, really? And honestly, that's Enterprise in one scene, early Enterprise. Enterprise obviously did eventually find itself and became, honestly, a really, really great Star Trek show. But, huh? And you get the point. That is the kind of stuff. That's what I'm referring to when I say juvenile. And it's just... Yes, Joss Whedon really likes to lean into that for some goddamn... Well, I mean, we know why. We know why. Oh no, you're gonna watch it, Evo. You're going to feel my pain. But don't worry, I won't make you watch the scene that's more explicit. All about 5 of them, I want to say, because I think Spartan mentioned it in chat just a minute ago. It's the decon... No, it's Kira White Noise. It's the decon chamber. The decon chamber... I don't even know how to describe this properly. I want you to imagine that the characters... It is male and female, which doesn't make it any better, by the way. But the characters are there, and they're down on their skivvies. As in, they're wearing they're wearing an undershirt, or no shirt at all, and underwear, and that's it. And they're rubbing each other down with long panning camera shots of the skin as they're getting this gel rubbed all over their mostly nude bodies to decontaminate them. I don't mind, really. I don't mind if someone wants to be sexy in real life. That's their choice. And I don't even mind it if you want to portray someone as looking attractive. I will use a specific example of this. The third and best dress that Eris gets in FF7R1, which is a legitimately attractive looking dress. It looks good on her. I'm fine with that. What I mind is when you are a child about it. When you are doing something and I can just picture the creators and or writers and or artists and or animators and or directors just giggling to themselves about how titillating what they're doing is. And I spit a lot of venom at Enterprise, but this was not something that Enterprise is exclusive to. You remember the Ryza episode of TNG? How about the Ryza episode of Deep Space Nine? Yeah. One of the things that used to irritate me is I used to have to defend myself because 7 of 9 is one of my favorite characters. If not, I'd say she's probably my second favorite character in Voyager. And every time I would say that, I would have to then immediately defend myself because some people thought I only liked her because she was wearing a corset, a catsuit, and a push-up bra. No. 7 of 9 is a great character, played by a really good actress. And to continue to talk about this in the realm of sex appeal, have you seen her in Picard? Because she looks way better there. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The Doctor's my favorite character, by the way. Robert Picardo is a national treasure.
Good day. That's excellent armor. Dwarven make?
We're a mage, a golem, and a rogue. But I guess, actually, yeah, Shale technically is Dwarven make. Yeah. That is a true statement.
A higher class midget lives here, I'll wager.
You have come at a difficult time. Orzammar is ailing for want of a king.
Lord Balin is a bad man! Yes, very bad!
Sorry, can't talk. A crier's work is never done.
No offense, but I've often wondered how you people get by with your awkwardly long limbs.
That's hurtful. I actually have abnormally long arms in real life. So, you know. Useful. I've gotten a lot of use out of them. Yeah, that's another thing. It's part of it. I know this is just like the extra layer of irritation on top of everything else, but part of what irritates me when they try to over-sexualize a character is they almost always do it for a character that's a good character. T'Pol, the one I mentioned earlier with the poing. T'Pol is my favorite character in Enterprise, or my second favorite. She's up there. Seven, Voyager, great character. Kira, hell, Troy, when she finally put on a uniform, actually started being worth a damn. Tifa, FF7, who is my favorite FF7 character. Just, god damn it. Miranda, Mass Effect 2, love Miranda.
I hope you'll support Lord Harrowmont.
Blood Rain. We don't talk about Blood Rain here.
Orzammar welcomes the Grey Wardens. Orzammar welcomes the Grey Wardens.
Yeah.
Warden arrives in Orzammar, most likely to pay respects to the rightful king, Prince Balin.
Yeah.
We are honored to have you here.
Yeah, exactly, Bragman. I mean, hell, if we were to continue this to its logical definition, Lae'zel, over in Baldur's Gate 3. No spoilers, but also most attractive woman in the party.
Is it true there's civil war on the surface, too?
There's a couple. 3, 4, something like that.
Oh my, a surfacer in Orzammar.
Hey, Colgrim.
Oh, it must be so cold up on the surface. How do you stand it?
Clothing.
We are glad to have you here, Warden.
I think you know, Evo, that I don't have a problem with a woman being too skinny.
The Prince values your support, Warden.
Right, because that's definitely who I'm supporting.
You're wise to support the rightful king.
Ultra Seal. Evo. Excuse me. Second do Karlak. You know what I mean.
Thief! Who would dare take from the memories?
Oh, I'm doing great, Colgrim. Hang on. Let me just take my copium here. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. I'm actually sincerely debating taking a real pain pill for my second shift today. Ooh.
Warden, I'm outraged. A thief in the Shaperate. What have we been reduced to?
Did you get a good look at him?
I did. He was bald, with the most garish brand across his head. Almost like he took pride in being castless. Imagine. He's probably in the slums somewhere. As if he'd find a buyer for a stolen tome in Dust Town. They couldn't know the value.
Perhaps you should stand over there instead.
I mean, okay. So we talked about this a little bit last time, and we'll probably talk about the Harrowmont-Balin discussion more this time, because it's hard not to talk about it. It's one of the better debates of the entire game. The problem is, the game... Let me walk this back. The presentation of the game makes it seem like Balin is the evil choice and Harrowmont is the good choice, which most of the choices throughout the each of the major sections has a good and a bad option to varying degrees. Redcliffe is obvious, the Brazilian forest is obvious, etc. The problem is that end statement. That's the problem. The fact that the game slants it as if it's an evil versus a good choice. You have to actually dig a little bit to understand what's going on and what you're voting for and process why it's actually a much more gray choice than it is otherwise presented as. Now, whether that's a negative or not, that's a worthy debate. Which brings me to the question, do you think that's a negative? I'm going to debate that. I'm not going to answer that right now. I want to see more of the quest before we decide that. Let's just fill out our codex while we're here. Yeah, if you're playing a dwarf noble, you're just like, oh, screw that guy. Let's get some experience here, don't mind me. Alright. Kill all humans. Kill all humans. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. That's the debate there.
Oh, pardon me. Were you looking for a particular volume? Not that I could really help. I, don't know the libraries very well. I'm just doing some research.
What kind of research?
I was looking for something about the Orton Tig. It was lost during the last Blight, and there aren't many records left. They were a noble house once, descended from the Paragon Orton, who composed the grand epic of the Seven Brothers and the Ortonic Symphony. My mother's family believes they were descended from Kalana Orton, who was training in Orzammar when the Tig fell. I'm even named for the house, Orta. Unfortunately, any records would be buried in the Tig's ruins, somewhere in the deep roads.
I am a Grey Warden?
A Grey Warden? Mother always said that if anyone could find the Tig, it was the Wardens. I hear Prince Balin and Lord Harrowmont have both been sending out small teams these days. Yes, if you can find the Tig in any records, that could do it. That could prove I'm a noble. If you could. Maybe now that you're looking. It's almost too much to hope.
Who knows? Or, conversely, we'll totally get it. 100%. It's a side quest. We will die rather than let go of a side quest. Where's voice actor? There it is. That's a good question, Becca Jab. Why do we have stupid rules in real life? I do like the doodad design. In fact, it's probably going to be the only doodad positive I give this game. I should jot that down because I don't think I have any yet. And I am correct. Oh, God, Lord Harrowmont. Don't remind me. Okay, so, obviously... let's do it... I'm trying to remember the exact way to really emphasize this whole quest chain. So let's go this way. No, hang on. Okay. So let's go talk to this guy.
News of the hour. Lord Harrowmont's insinuations against Lord Balin reveal the truth. Could Harrowmont be the true cause of King Endrin's death? Shocking allegations.
I would rather chew on molten glass, Shadow Machine.
News of the hour. Lord Balin promises radical changes that will offend the ancient paragons. Have our traditions no value?
Yeah, no, that's exactly correct.
Let's get started.
Oh my God, Colgrim. I believe you. Because 100%ing Inquisition is just... I've been very open about this from day one. I said, when we added Inquisition to the list, which was years ago, I said, we're just going to start a couple of sections. We're going to use 2 mods. I've already got them ready to go. I've already got them installed. And we're going to just bypass content, which is very unusual for a review stream. But we're doing it because screw the side content in Inquisitions. That's happening. Now, I need to remember... There it is. Although I don't want that. Oh, absolutely. I have no doubt that Balin poisoned his dad. In fact, it's so overt to me that I honestly didn't realize that wasn't canon for several years. Giga. Look, I'm sorry, Jesse Ward. I mean absolutely no offense. But I would rather take a knife and carve it down my face than do the hinterlands in totality. Again. Not really Vekajab, no. Well, you apparently don't know me, Evo. Because, by my own definitions, character quests are not side quests. They are prime opt, primary optional. So, I'm curious, Lord Harrowmont, could you do me a favor and come up with one example of something I've done on stream that's worse than the Hinterlands? Now, I'm not saying you can't come up with an example. This is a legitimate question, because I'm tired and sick, and I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Secret of the Stars? No, I'm pretty sure that the entire playthrough of Secret of the Stars takes less time than finishing the Hinterlands would take. It was also far more enjoyable, because we can make fun of it the entire time. The Hinterlands will involve no joy. If you could imagine, like an angel, which is a robot, of course, because they're always robots, who is just, like, imbuing you, like they're casting a beam of joy into your face, you're still not going to smile during the Hinterlands stream. Because we're just going to be running around with nothing to talk about and nothing to do. Because, and here's the deal, and I want to stress this because I'm not exaggerating, okay? I'm not joking. I'm not memeing. We're going to drop all the levity here. In my experience, and I've been streaming for a long time at this point, the absolute worst type of thing to stream is boring. Dead air. Just dead space, right? No, not the game. You know what I mean. Dead air is something I have fought against since day one of streaming. It's something that I have worked to try and remove from streams for forever. We have streamed worse than Hinterlands, and I agree with that completely. We have streamed things that are less good. I know it's a weird way to phrase that. Like Kingsfield 4, like Secret of the Stars, like Devil May Cry 2. But the Hinterlands is just empty. There's just nothing to it. It's a giant, vast, open area of blech. And that's why we're skipping the Hinterlands. We're also probably not going to go ahead and do 100% of most of the fetch quests. By which I mean we are absolutely not doing that. And the mod I just mentioned is we're going to make the war table instantaneous. Because of course we are. Also, thank you, Pillars of Snow. So, yeah, no, that's something that I said, that's what we're doing. That's it. That's it. That was the deal when I allowed Inquisition to be added to the list, is that we're going to skip the Hinterlands, and we're going to use the war table. Let's see. And also, ignoring the dead air thing and everything I just talked about, my strongest memory of Dragon Age Inquisition, by far, is starting up the game and being like, alright, I'm into it. And then slowly feeling worse and 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 worse. Until I left the Hinterlands. I almost quit that game because of the Hinterlands. This is not an exaggeration. There's no joke here. There's no meme. I was so sick of it. I was so sick of it that I was just... I wanted so desperately to get on with it. And it was driving me bonkers. And I feel at least a little bit vindicated by the fact that I am not the only person who has had that exact same experience with Dragon Age Inquisition. To this very day. Yeah, we did it on stream. We were streaming. It was one of our early... It was the first review stream we ever did. And I have actually given advice to people who have told me, I just started Inquisition, and it's just really a slog, and I really don't like it. And my advice has always been the exact same. Skip the Hinterlands. Move on. And every time I give that advice, they have enjoyed the game more once they actually get to the game. So again, there's no exaggeration here. There's no memeing. We're not doing the Hinterlands. I want to go with that. Yeah, let's go and do that. Sorry. We're gonna get Blackwall and like 2 other things.
I heard there was a Grey Warden here. I am Dulan Forrender, second to Lord Harrowmont, King Endrin's own choice as successor. Word is spreading that the surface may suffer a blight. It is shameful we are not in a better position to help.
Is there any chance I could speak with Lord Harrowmont?
In an ordinary time, Lord Harrowmont would be honored to meet you. Unfortunately, we've already caught more than one of Balin's spies approaching Harrowmont under a pretense of friendship. So I'm afraid I won't be able to take your word. If you want to speak to Harrowmont, you will need to prove he can trust you.
What, you want me to denounce Balin publicly?
If you wish to show you have no loyalty to Balin, then work against him in Harrowmont's name. Balin is hosting a proving today, supposedly to honor his father's memory. The Deshers take it very seriously, and unfortunately, Balin found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harrowmont's best fighters into stepping down.
Why would the Assembly cares who wins a tournament?
The proving is a contest of the best warriors in Orzammar. By fighting, they show who has the ancestors' favor. If you were to enter the proving as Lord Harrowmont's champion, it would prove your loyalty beyond a doubt. Balin would never work with anyone who humiliated him in that way. Harrowmont would have no fear of meeting with you then.
Right. I don't want to start picking sides.
Then I'm afraid your only choice is to wait until there's a winner. Lord Harrowmont cannot risk his life working with someone of unproven loyalties. If you change your mind, let me know. The proving is this afternoon, and Lord Harrowmont could certainly use you on his side.
Okay. So who do I think will be the worst companion in Inquisition? Probably the Orlesian Mage. I can't even think of her name. We'll see, though. Vivienne, that's her.
Hour. Support Lord Harrowmont at your own peril. Darkspawn will overrun Orzammar within the year if he becomes king. Experts say.
I admittedly didn't care for Iron Bull, but I think that's entirely because he's Qunari. I'm not a fan of the Qunari, to put that as nicely as I possibly can. The character that... No, that's religiousist. Gum. That's true, I do, Blade Javal. Look, I'm just saying all Qunari need to die, okay? The character that I imagine most people like the least is Sarah, which is funny to me, because it's perfectly logical why people would think that way.
Greetings. It's good to see the Grey Wardens know the rightful king in Orzammar.
He is, although of course he will still do you-know-what in the DLC, Lord Harrowmont, if you don't do you-know-what. Hey look, this is the throne of Orzammar. I love the fact that that's the option there is, this is the throne of Orzammar.
No one enters the prince's estate without an invitation.
Right. Let me get my invitation. Stab! Yeah, exactly. The only reason Sarah doesn't bother me is because I've known people like that. In real life? Help. 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 Oh, Jesus Christ. Shale, what are you doing? Shale? Ah, okay. That makes perfect sense.
Desperation is an ugly perfume.
That's an interesting line.
By the ancestors. Good on you, Warden. You caught them in the act. I guess desperate times drive people to strange things.
Oh yeah, I suppose I should mention my least favorite companion Inquisition is Solus, for reasons I will not be discussing here. I need another tactic for her. I'll just turn that off for now.
Whatever.
And that's right, Solus. Well, like I said, let's save that discussion. There's no need to talk about the Wall of the Faithless just yet.
Thanks again, Warden.
You're welcome.
Right.
Varric is my favorite character in Dragon Age in general. But in Inquisition, the Tevinter guy is probably my favorite companion.
This should be easy enough.
Dorian, thank you. Hey, look, a phylactery. Huh, there's a vial with the phylactery. That's strange. Oh, God! I was very surprised by this development.
Here we go!
Time to end their pathetic little existence.
He is, Gungo.
Is that all you've got?
It makes sense that Varric doesn't really do much in Inquisition because this is a minor spoiler, but he was supposed to be dead. Originally, in the Exalted Marches DLC, which was supposed to come out for Dragon Age 2, Varric was supposed to die. And, let's move that into position a little bit more. Oh, this one. There we go. Yeah, I do frost damage, don't I? So they didn't really plan for him to be relevant in Inquisition, so he kind of isn't.
Finally, we get to the good part.
He was fired about a week ago, Evo.
Let's get started. I suppose violence is a solution. This should have time now.
But unfortunately, Varric fell victim to the same thing a lot of characters fall victim to. Popularity. And this may sound strange, but I do disagree. Well, I disagree with that's the wrong word. I think that was the inaccurate thing to do. Inaccurate's still wrong. How do I phrase this? You shouldn't keep a character alive because they're too popular. But let me just phrase that that way. I do not believe in Joker immunity. To put it very, very bluntly. I apparently cannot phrase words today. I apologize, but I think you get my point. Now, if you keep them alive and it leads to something good, great. But you should never keep a character alive because they're popular. Or attractive. That, Yura, yeah. The Hinterlands has loads and loads and loads and loads of chaff, and we're just not going to do the chaff, that's all. When I say skip the Hinterlands, that's what I mean. Agreed, Loke. That would be the Joss Whedon approach. Oh, this character's popular. Let's torture and kill them.
The Prince values your support, Warden.
Greetings.
No one enters the Prince's estate
Greetings.
without an invitation.
I'm just glad people can understand me, Evo. Coincidence, Savacom. I don't have a particular axe to grind there, other than the fact that he's kind of a garbage human being.
Does Lord Harrowmont think that Orzammar can hold off the dwarves forever?
Probably Shadow Machine. Look, Colgrim, and I'm going to say this as honestly as I possibly can. My choices were stream the game or play it off camera, and I'm pretty sure everyone would hate me if I did this off camera. So
Game. That's weird.
Do you see how things lie, Warden? Lord Harrowmont cannot trust you unproven, but he welcomes a good faith gesture.
Exactly, Ziad. I mean, imagine if you kill Liliana. She can't come back in a future game. Or Oghren. Need to mute myself for a second. Sorry, Tara. Hang on. Let me mute myself for a second.
The provings are how our ancestors show their judgment, pitting body against body in a ring of scared stone. Everyone in Orzammar accepts that judgment.
Sacred stone. Voice actor. Sacred stone, not scared stone. Did you hear that? I don't think I've ever caught that before. Who's fighting for Balin today?
The usual. A couple of Idukans, some Gavorns. He has many men lined up, but not all of them are top-ranking. Piotin Idukan and Wojciech Ivo are his best. They're both unpredictable, and some of the best fighters Orzammar has seen.
How well do you know Lord Harrowmont?
I served under General Harrowmont for 3 years. Under his command, every Dwarven life is important. He would not waste even a single soldier. He's the king Orzammar needs, especially in a blight. Balin would call any fight a victory so long as he remains standing.
So, what'd you ask me to do again?
Balin is... If you can enter as Harrowmont's champion...
I'll enter the provings.
Excellent. The arena is located off the Commons. Talk to the Proving Master and tell him you're entering Lord Harrowmont's roster. The key fighters we lost were Guidon and Baisel. You can look for them in the fighters' preparation chambers behind the ring. And be sure it's before the fights begin. After the first bout, no one may change the roster. If you need to find me again, I will wait in the Tapster's Tavern off the Commons. There is no better place to hear gossip. Perhaps even word of your victory.
Let's go see if we can find Balin's people, shall we? Unless we're too late, in which case, never mind. I was trying to do it earlier, and they weren't where I thought they were, and I'm just going to blame my foggy headedness on that. Yeah, let's support Bronca. That's a terrible idea.
2 years tomorrow. By all the holy sodding ancestors, how can you people just ignore that?
Bronca didn't go alone, Oghren. She took the whole house, everybody but you. So just get over to Tapster's and drown yourself already. You know as well as I do that's how this always ends.
You think I'm afraid of some cub warrior who's barely off the teat? Ha! I'll...
You lift a weapon or attack a single citizen in Orzammar, and you're stripped of your caste and exiled. Even you can't have forgotten that. Get out of here before I call a guardsman. Can you believe it? Ogren's barely even warrior caste anymore, and he just clomps in here like he's entitled.
What do you mean, barely warrior caste?
Well, he killed Lord Mino's youngest son in a duel to first blood. It was a huge scandal. Oghren should have been executed, but he'd won honors in the Deep Roads. Instead, they stripped him of all weapons and forbid him from engaging in fights within city limits. If he breaks the decree, he'll be exiled.
I'm sorry. Who's Branca?
The only paragon in the last 4 generations. Quite an honor for a girl from the Smith caste.
How did she become paragon?
She invented a smokeless fuel that let the Smith caste increase their output by nearly 1/3. Deaths from the Black Lung also dropped. The Assembly said she had the favor of the ancestors and declared her a paragon. They moved Bronca, Oghren, and all their relatives to the noble caste and founded a new house in her name.
Bronca was married to that drunk?
Well, before she was a paragon, she was just a smith, and Oghren was one of the best warriors of his generation.
Yeah, one interesting thing about Oghren, I do like Oghren as a character. He's probably my least favorite character in Origins specifically, but he grew on me because for all his crudeness and unpleasantness, the man really knows what he's doing when it comes to fighting, and he does actually give a damn. If you've got his loyalty, he will always back you. He'll probably hit on you while he's doing it, but he's got your back. Yeah, he's an old soldier, and he shows it. So, I assume you two were... Hang on, why did Bronco go to the deep roads?
Chasing some old treasure. She was quite secretive. Outright rude, really. She said she never asked to found a house, that she didn't care about politics, and that we were too self-absorbed to defeat the Darkspawn. She actually threatened anyone who said they'd come after her.
What were you two arguing about?
It's been 2 years since Bronca left. No one has ever stayed in the deep roads that long and survived. The search teams who went out found nothing, but Oghren wants to keep risking lives searching.
I should leave before you start complaining about me, too.
If you see any guardsmen, tell them Oghren was at it again.
Lol, Terra, is what I say in reaction to your earlier commentary. Also, I wouldn't do a story about a Mandalorian and a Jedi, because I wouldn't do a story about a Jedi. Death to Jedi! I have too, Jesse Ward, in real life. Oh. It's something that's pretty easy to, well, the nice way to put it is tolerate. Yeah, I just noticed the saves are getting a little bit blurred. Let's go ahead and do this really quick. Story about a Sith. Oh my god. I have no particular opinion on either character's act heft. I'm just tired of the Force, that's all. I can't wait to write the Star Wars rewrite and destroy the Force once and for all. That way, everyone will be equally against it. None of this bipartisan, or not bipartisan, none of this, like, two sides yelling at each other nonsense. No. We're going to get rid of all of that. I'm just going to piss everybody off. And destroy the romance. Romance is dead. Force is dead. Jedi are dead. The stars are dead and the wars are dead. There, everything's dead. We did it. Ah, okay, we did it. Market the R Wars project by saying, yeah, we'll get rid of all the Force. Hang on, where's... it's not even here, is it? Where do we join Balin? Does anyone remember? Actually, you know what? Hang on. Before we do that, let's do something else. Can we join Balin? Have I crossed the line on that? Guaranteed to unite the fan base against me. If I must be, I'm pulling a Batman. Better that they have the hero they deserve. We have not been to the assembly yet, no. It's blurred. Where are we? Remembering here, okay. I mean, yeah, Gum. I know people who think that the Earth is flat, so nothing you can say at this point is going to surprise me. Okay, that's not true. I don't know anybody personally who thinks the Earth is flat, and actually, I legitimately don't believe that most people believe the Earth is flat. But I've heard people say that they believe the Earth is flat, so, you know.
Legion of the Dead sighted battle.
Let's see. Yep, nope, it's up. I'm right. I thought I already went up here. I guess I didn't. Oh no, I went into the royal section. That's my bad.
News of the hour. Lord Harrowmont entrenched in the past. How long can he ignore that order?
I believe so, yes, Jesse Ward. See, Savicom's got the right of it. There he is. There's my boy.
Warden, welcome. It is always a blessing for Orzammar to host your order. I am Vartag Gavorn, top advisor to our good Prince Balin. What news do you bring?
See, I'm not that kind, Kay. I just heap scorn upon them. You know who I am?
It would be hard not to notice the Grey Warden and her eclectic entourage. I hear you seek the aid of Orzammar's finest.
Yeah. Light, you know?
Yes, the treaty. I've seen it in the Shaper's libraries. Now the difficulty is that the treaty only compels our king, and we are sadly lacking one of those right now.
Uh-huh. I suppose there's some way I could help.
My prince is the rightful king, but a disappointing number of lords back the upstart Harrowmont for the throne. If you show your support for Prince Balin, he might be able to assist with your requests.
So yeah, notice the difference between these two. Because, on the one hand, we have someone who's like, I don't know if I can trust you. You better go do this thing for me so I know that you're not evil. And this guy is all smiles and nods and, you know, but he also pulls the technically. He's the one who pulls the legalese. And frankly, I think this is a good insight into the overall approach of both leaders, even though this is just their frontmen. Lord Harrowmont is, frankly, cowering in a corner about this whole situation, and demands that we go to one of the most traditionalist things that the Dwarven Society has, the Proving. This guy, he's like, oh, yeah, no, I'd love to help you, honestly. But, see, technically speaking, you actually can't, you know, compel me to... But, you know, I figured out a way to fix this.
Harrowmont promised the same portion of his estate to two different Deshers, Lady Dace and Lord Helmy. Oh, excuse me, two assembly members. Desher is their formal title. Harrowmont can't possibly grant it to both of them, but they won't find out until after the vote is cast. I have copies of the promissory notes Harrowmont gave each of them. Once they see those, they should both reconsider their votes.
Yes, Lothario. I'd probably look up the alternative, but otherwise I'd choose that myself. So, where'd you get the promissory notes?
That's not important. If they ask, say you found them while searching the Shaper's libraries for your treaty.
Right. I'll think about this.
Don't expect this offer to last. If my prince hears you swore allegiance to his enemy, he won't be so friendly next time. I will be here if you change your mind.
And notice that. If you don't immediately jump into his camp, he switches right over to threats. And that's Balin, in a nutshell. He starts with the carrot, and he legalizes his way around. And then he offers the stick if he has to. Listen, Estus Flakes, the Order is... I can't even be sarcastic right now. The Order's just a bunch of morons. That's the simplest answer, Estus Flakes. They're really, really, really dumb. Oh yeah, notice that neither side has actually offered us anything concrete other than the possibility of some support. Why do they keep moving this on me? There it is. New poll. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong about this, we can do their first quest and then switch sides for their second quest? Question mark. I know that who we do for these initial sections does not change our final answer. We could support Lord Harrowmont the entire way through 100%, and then at the very end of this entire arc, of all of the Orzammar arc, just pick Balin. Pretty sure, well, I know we can do that, but I'm pretty sure we can see both quests in this initial section. So let's throw a quick poll up. I should have thrown this up earlier, but I'm stupid. Yeah, nothing really matters other than the final decision, which is fine. It's an interesting way to approach it. While we're here. Yeah, it's Sophie's choice. I probably misspelled Harrowmont, and I definitely don't care.
Lord Balin is the voice of change and defense. Lord Harrowmont is the voice of stagnation and ruin.
Legion of the Dead sighted battling Darkspawn near Orzammar.
Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of gameplay positives. It's not even here yet. We'll do this. Listen, all I'm saying, Jesse Ward. Balin is the future, you know? He must be the king for the future, because he was brave enough to murder his own father in cold blood. Ouch. That's... wow. So I just got an asshole comment on Baldur's Gate 3. It's fine. It's pretty normal. I've been getting a lot of people coming after me for giving negatives to Baldur's Gate 3. No, really, that's the reason, too. It's because I have given negatives to a game that people are currently holding up as the second coming of Jesus Christ. Which, I don't even know what to add to that. I'm not going to delete it, Loke. It's actually extraordinarily rare that I delete or ban comments. They have to do something extraordinarily awful for me to do that. It was just someone saying that my opinion on gameplay design is invalid. Because, you know, giving negatives. Yeah, no, Baldur's... That's the thing that always amuses me the most about that, Becky Jeb. Do you know how many people attacked me for giving Persona 5 a positive review? Do you know how many people attacked me for speaking so positively about Arcanum? Do you know how much toxic bullcrap I had to deal with because I was positive about Elden Ring? These are just examples right off the top of my head. This is normal for me at this point. This is just a Tuesday. The only reason I'm even checking my comments and commenting on it is because I'm waiting for that poll to end. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, Shadow Machine. Co-Carnage tends to have an actual head on his shoulders. Instead of, you know, the rhetoric. And let's call it what it is. It's rhetoric. I've already commented on this. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good game. I recommend it. I recommend it in about a year, but I recommend it. Oh yeah, that's my favorite one, Blade Cheval. A comment I got just a few days ago was how this channel's going downhill. No explanation. No anything. Although, funny thing. Have you noticed my Dragon Age run is cursed? This Dragon Age run, the one we're doing right now. So the first day was Saturday, where I was constantly interrupted by real-life stuff. And then we had Sunday, where I had several real-life incidents that were getting in the way of the stream. And then we had Monday, which, I don't need to check my dates here. Yep, no, Monday, where my health was starting to dip away from me, and I had to cut off stream early because of how much pain it is. Then we had Tuesday, where I didn't stream at all because I spent the entire day throwing up and having diarrhea. Sorry. Then we had Wednesday, where I was recovering from the aforementioned Tuesday. And now here we are today, and, you know, I'm still in the fugue state after the previous 2 days. I have... This whole run has just... Every day, there's been something, and it's like... Ah! Anyways. Looks like the poll is almost over. Looks like people want me to do... Balin, so we'll be doing Balin. Yeah, it's the taint! It's the taint, the Darkspawn taint. Quick, give me the goblet. Oh. Ah, okay. I'm cool. I'm cool. Whew. All right. So, ooh, where am I? God, I actually don't remember where I'm going for this. There it is. First task. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to save. We're going to do our first hard save in the entire game because I'm a moron and haven't done that yet. Whoops. Yeah, I need to get that super poison. It's okay, I'll be fixed with super blood. Oh god, I was actually just thinking that, Junk Garage. Imagine if all of that health crap happened when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. Now remember, I was positive about Baldur's Gate 3. The game scored quite well, but I was done with that game by the end of it. I was very looking forward to putting that game down by the end of it. Because Act 3 was just a mess, and I was really sick of the padding. So imagine if I was feeling like this, and I was still slogging through Act 3 quests. Thank God I'm playing Dragon Age Origins, right? Okay, so... so we're gonna do the proving, is what we're gonna do. Oh god, Inquisition. I was Vecchi Jab. I mean, I hate to say that so arrogantly, but I feel like at this point in my life, I have the confidence in my own opinion to say that, yeah, no, I understand games pretty well.
Win. Is this yours?
Oh, my bag of components. Thank you, dear. I was wondering where it got to.
You left it by the fire at camp.
Oh, yes. I remember now. How age creeps up on you and brings with it forgetfulness.
You're a great mage, Win. And you're sharper and wiser than many people I know. Some young ones, too.
Oh, but you should have seen me 15, 20 years ago. The fires have dimmed somewhat since then. But thank you, Liliana, for picking up after this old lady.
It's okay. Win has learned a lot more about how to be awesome in bed since then. Am I the only one upset we can't romance Win? Is that just me? I cannot be the only person in the world who wants to romance Win. People want to romance Varric, which I would never do, because he's our bro. Surely someone wants to romance Win. Anyways, I'm the only one in the whole world. I know it.
Aha, you're back. Did you wish to fight in the proving today?
Let's see, who can you romance in this? Not counting Awakening, we can romance Alistair, Morrigan, Liliana, Zevran. I think that's it, yeah. I think that's the list. Yeah. I am here to fight as Lord Harrowmont's champion.
Well, that's a surprise. Never thought the Grey Wardens would take an interest in our king. Let me just put you into the schedule here. Now, is there a particular name you wish listed?
Sorry, Blade 12. Although, I totally have sex with her, too. Loretta of the Grey Wardens.
We'll just call you Grey Warden, seeing as those human names are a real burr to pronounce.
Right.
Yes, we have an opening in the first round. Are you ready to start?
Yeah, sure.
That's what I like to hear. I will warn you, though. This is your last chance to make preparations or meet the competition. Once the fights begin, there are no new additions to the roster. All withdrawals are treated as losses and a sign of the ancestors' disfavor. Do you want to start, or would you like some time? The fighters' quarters are behind the ring.
Nah, I'm good. Let's go.
Go down to the ring, then. I'll be right there.
This
is a glory proving. First stop is...
Blah, 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 blah,
In the name of House Idukan.
For the glory of Lord Harrowmont.
First warrior to fall is vanquished. Fight!
So,
Let's get started.
that's a fascinating theory, Dr. Winter. So I'm going to read that out loud for people not reading chat. Dr. Winter says there's a theory that Endrin actually poisoned himself in order to frame Balin, because Endrin didn't want Balin to succeed. Endrin was a calculating man and wouldn't put it past him to kill himself to ruin Balin's chances of success.
The winner is the Grey Warden!
Whoa.
That was an exciting start, Warden. Suern is rarely trounced, and so thoroughly. Are you ready for your next opponent?
I mean, I would have sex with Chakwas too, Gumbum. I'm not gonna lie, so... Who's my next opponent?
Next, you're up against Miaja and Lukejan. As twins, they've always been allowed to fight as a single person. They're warrior caste, but their mother was a smith, so watch out for Miaja's hammer. And don't forget Lukejan. Most fighters do, and end up with a knife in their spine. Are you ready to begin?
Point me at the ring.
All right then, I'll see you out there. This is a glory proving.
Yes, I do, Colvin.
Fought under the eye. This round, Harrowmont's champion takes on the notorious duo. The warrior caste twin terrors, now fighting for Prince Balin, Miaja and Lukejan.
May the stone honor you.
When you fall.
For Lord Harrowmont.
First warrior to fall is vanquished. Fight!
I mean, the easy answer is that that Endrin wasn't poisoned at all. He just died. And frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the truth. In fact, if I was writing it, that's probably what I would go with. Everyone suspects foul play, but no, he just died.
Let's get started.
The winner is the Grey Warden! Well, that was an exciting bout. 2-on-1, and you took them both easily. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Who is my next opponent?
Well, this bout should be quick and dirty. You'll be fighting Hanashan, one of the legendary Silent Sisters. She's a ferocious fighter, and dedicated enough to cut out her own tongue. Are you ready to begin?
Point me to the wing. Yeah, I'm exactly Yura. It's not my fault that Win is super sexy, okay?
All right then, I'll see you out there.
Well, she cut out her own tongue because...
Harrowmont's champion cleared the stone, but can she hold out against the Paragon's own favorites, the Silent Sisters? We'll find out as the Warden faces Lady Hanashan, who proved her worth to Paragon Ashtith the Grey by cutting out her own tongue. And to our Prince Balin by fighting in his name.
Oh my god, that's it. In lore, the way you skip cutscenes is you cut out your tongue. She was a speedrunner. It makes so much sense. Good luck to you.
First warrior to fall is vanquished. Fight!
It's either you or me, and it isn't going to be me.
It's okay, she couldn't say anything anyway. See, she spent the whole fight being frozen.
The winner is the Grey Warden!
I mean, some of these fights can actually suck. I'm surprised I'm doing this well.
Harrowmont will be pleased, Warden. The Silent Sister support was a great boost for Balin. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Who is it?
This should be a good match. You'll battle Wojek Ivo, master of all weapons, prisoner of none. He makes it a point never to use the same technique twice. Are you ready to begin?
Favorite arena segment in any game? You know, I'm going to go ahead and be honest. I tend to find Coliseum segments or arena segments or whatever to be enjoyable in games. I don't really have a good reason for that why. It's just always been something that's appealed to me. But a favorite? My knee-jerk answer to that is Paper Mario 2, which had an entire chapter devoted towards it, and is also a really good chapter of that game. Yeah, the Trial of the Crusader in WoW. Obviously, BioWare loves this trope. Because we did this in KOTOR and I think Jade Empire. And Tor has a couple of these. WoW has a recurring thing of these. There's this goblin and a troll, who in every expansion has at least one arena thing where you can do it. And those are usually some really fun, brutal fights, but almost always lucrative. Like, the rewards are pretty good. Fable had one as well. I forgot about that. Witcher 3 had more than one, I believe. I don't know. I tend to like this kind of thing. I don't know why. I think it's just because I like tournaments in general. But in real life, in more dynamic things, a tournament is usually more than just fight your way up the ladder and then win. There's the rankings and there's the losers bracket and all kinds of other fun stuff like that. Anyways, point me at the ring.
All right, then. I'll see you out there.
Sure thing, Colonel.
This round is paired combat. Just as Kiatchet fought as King Bloodlick II, defending our empire, so have dwarves always fought alongside a second. Master of all weapons, prisoner of none, Wojciech Ivo has never won the same way twice. What will he do today, lords and ladies? And will it win the day for Prince Balin?
It's funny you say that, Tara.
Choose your second, for you face Wojciech Ivo and Valans.
Win.
Last one standing will be declared victor. Fight!
I actually have a kind of complex opinion on esports, Tara, which you may or may not have heard me talk about. But it boils down to, I think esports would be something I find a lot more enjoyable if they were not run by companies trying to make a buck.
Let's get started.
I can prove this because I love watching speedruns with proper commentary.
The winner is the Grey Warden! Wojciech Ivo is one of the best this arena has seen, Warden. Harrowmont picked wisely. Are you ready for your next opponent?
Who's the next opponent?
This is the championship round. A full squad-on-squad combat. Piotr Naidukan leads the same team he's taken to victory in over a dozen Deep Roads expeditions. Are you ready to face the final test?
I actually did mention that earlier, Dr. Winter, but yeah, you're absolutely right, and in fact, we should absolutely jot that down as a positive. I mean, I'm not going to watch them, Tara, because, I mean, why would I watch StarCraft 2 when I could watch speedruns? Or Giant Hill Grant Games, whatever his name is. Trying to beat the game with just zealots. Like a madman. And yes, I do understand that sports in general are there to make money. I just kind of don't agree. I know that sounds like such a strange statement, but let me phrase this differently. Someone who's good at football making good money doesn't bother me. Do you know how much people who are good at football make? Do you know how much people who are bad at football make? I forget when it was. This is years and years and years ago. Oh, we don't even want to talk about that at Qualitas. Rich people like to trade clubs, football clubs, as if they're trading cards. And it's a whole thing. I was watching a match. It was Manchester United. They weren't exactly doing well. They weren't in Premier League territory. They were just doing whatever. And we were watching them kind of suck. And they were doing whatever. And I remember being curious because one of the things the commenters were talking about was how much money Rooney was making. And I was like, wow, that's bonkers. That's a ton of money. And then out of idle curiosity, me and Gary, because we're watching it together, started looking at how much all of the people were making, including the people who weren't on the field. The amount of money they made for being there. Now, yes, I do understand that there's a lot of work that becomes into being a good footballer. The amount of physical strain and practice and work that is extensive. I'm not, once again, I'm not saying they shouldn't make any money. What I have an issue with is the specifics and the execution, which, if you know me, sounds like everything I've ever said for the history of the ever. I'm ready to begin.
May the ancestors choose wisely. Only 2 warriors remain. Fighting for his royal cousin Balin, Piotr Naidukan has led his team to triumph over every unit so far. challenging him on behalf of Lord Harrowmont. The Grey Warden has risen from nothing to stand at the competition summit. Each will lead a full unit of 4 soldiers to see once and for all whom the ancestors favor.
You fight well, but your judgment is questionable. The throne will never leave House Iduken.
I dedicate my triumph to Harrowmont!
Last one standing will be declared victor! Fight!
That's crazy, Colgrim. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, I can do that too. Tit for tat, as they say. And we're dead.
Oh, you a fun boy, you are.
Time to end their pathetic little existences.
Come and get it.
This is a waste of time. You will squish satisfyingly beneath my foot.
I want it. I can't go on like this.
And we're dead. And we're dead. Do we have revival? We do, but we don't have the mana for it. Okay, we can fix that. Hang on, hang on. Come on. Come on. No, and we're dead. Cool. Oh god, this is at the beginning of the proving. Okay, so now we're going to do the other quest. Because I don't feel like doing that again. It makes sense in some cases, I think, Evo. Like for the dwarves of Orzammar. Obviously, they're knocked to the death in Orzammar, which is funny. But in Orzammar, it actually makes perfect sense that it would be that it would be to the death because of how cheap life is for these people.
Is Lord Balin considering?
Listen, Giga. Laura doesn't even have lore in it.
He will bring us change.
No. Assembly, Laura, assembly. Yeah, they're a dying people, literally, as well as culturally, economically, and politically. Oh, and militarily. But it's okay. Because they're dead.
I hope you're not wasting my time with more dithering. The choice I gave you was clear. If you want Balin to support you in your surface war, you'll have to help him take the throne.
Right, whatever. So, what do you want me to do?
Harrowmont tried using the same plot of land to buy the votes of both Lady Dace and young Lord Helmy. I have the promissory notes to prove it, but neither of them would listen to anyone they knew favored Balin. As a neutral party, you could present the evidence and convince them Lord Harrowmont plans to cheat them.
Let's do it.
Lady Dace doesn't leave the quarter much, but Lord Helmy's adventurous, likes to spend his time at Tapster's in the Commons. Remember, don't tell them you got these papers from me. You learned of them and drew your own conclusions.
You know what? Actually, we're going to do this even more differently than I thought I was going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut off for lunch.